Hello and welcome to the Deutschland Sparkassen Chess Trophy. My name is Fiona Steil-Antoni. You might know us by now. And next to me, as always, a pleasure to have Grandmaster Artur Jussupov. Artur, how are you doing today?
Very well. Thank you, Fiona, and welcome to our broadcasting. And we have very exciting games today.
Today, absolutely. Before we jump into the games, you can see the games have just started. Today, well, exciting games, also an exciting guest. Later on in the day, we will be joined by Bogdan-Daniel, but at 4 o'clock, so in an hour, we will be joined by Nenad Tomashev, who is one of the developers behind AlphaZero. So a lot of interesting stuff happening today. But before we jump into the games, we're going to have a look at the pairings from the German Grand Prix. And I think there was one game that stands out, and that's the game at the top, McShane against Pavel Eljanov, our two leaders.
A very important game, and McShane with white pieces has a chance maybe to secure his position in the lead, because he still would have some free day. Yeah? So, and next pair is also interesting. We have Matthias Blübaum and Erwin Lamy, and these players would try to improve their tournament situation, of course.
Yeah, we had Erwin with us yesterday here in the studio. It was a great pleasure having him, and he talked about how he would like to win one game. He still has three days to do so with the black pieces. Of course, it's always more challenging, but we've seen so much fighting chess in here. Actually, have we seen a black win yet? I feel like we have one or two. So nothing
yes, we had, I think, Pavel Eljanov with black
yes.
pieces. Excellent game, actually, what
yes.
he played.
In the first round.
I forgot already the opponent, but I still remember these two horrible bishops what he had.
Oh.
That was Eljanov game, attacking both rooks.
Yeah, the one against Rasmus, who was white, but I might was about F5, yeah. No, I also now forgot the opponent, but moving on. Then we have David Navarra, who's had a tough start to his tournament. He will be looking also to get a first win against Rasmus Werner.
Yes, the same situation. The players would love to improve their position. But maybe now we can see the standings.
Yes, to understand what is going on. So we see McShane currently in the lead on 3 out of 4, so won 2 games, drew 2. Pavel Eljanov on 2.5, but 1 game less played. So Pavel today with the black pieces, I think for him a draw would be a good result against Luke. And then behind that, well, we have Bogdan-Daniel, who is not playing today, who will be joining us later. And then Rasmus Werner is on 1.5 out of 4. And then I would say 3 players who have been struggling a little bit, Erwin Lamy, Matthias Blübaum, and David Navarra, but they all had their rest day already, so 3 games to go for them, and plenty of opportunities to still strike back.
Of course, the tournament table with 7 players is complicated because of different numbers of games played. So, yes, we will see today Bogdan-Daniel as our guest, and for him maybe to watch the opponent to make opponents to make a step forward is not an easy thing, but then he can take the fate in his own hands at the last two rounds.
He will probably also be cheering for a draw. If I'm not mistaken, Luke is playing Deak tomorrow. I could be wrong, but I feel they haven't played yet, so Deak will even get this direct chance to take out one of them. But yeah, that's about the German Grand Prix. Now let's have a look at the NC World Masters. We're on 4 pairings. So we have the immediate rematch from yesterday, since that game was had been postponed. Vishy Anand with the white pieces against Dmitrij Kollars. What do you expect from that?
Still very interesting game. Should be. I think Dmitry is fully adapted now to the tournament. And of course, Vishy Anand is the main favorite, and he is leading at the moment.
Yeah.
And with white pieces, of course, he will be trying.
Absolutely. And then the other game, Daniel Friedman against Mickey Adams, also, of course, a very important game, one that we're looking forward to. And let's have a look at the standings. So we have now in the standings removed the games played, since everyone has played the same number of games, but we have an issue with the standings, so we'll try and show them to you later on. And I think we're just going to jump straight into the games, and I believe we will start with Vishy Anand against Dmitrij Kollars.
Of course, yes, that's interesting situation now. It looks like it was Queen's Gambit and Tarrasch defense. But we should say that this is no castling chess, so the similarity with theoretical position is double-edged. Yeah? So there could be, like in the game Anand against Adams, it could be just possible to follow your home analysis in classical chess, but sometimes you should adjust. And another good example was game which Anand won against Daniel Friedman with very unexpected move, King E2, he got advantage. Let us see how it happened, how this position what we saw just happened, and we follow first C4, very traditional opening, English opening, but Dmitry has his own idea, he played E6. I guess that was first time in our tournament where E6 was chosen. Knight C3, D5, and now we are going into the direction of Queen's Gambit declined, and C5 is a move which typical for Tarrasch defense. That's a very interesting choice. So black plays very aggressively at the beginning of the game. Exchange on D5, it could be, of course, it is possible for black to take on D4 to play very, very sharp variation, but we don't know what it is in no castling game. Yes. It is actually also a little bit questionable line in classical chess. So after C takes D5, Dmitry took with pawn, and actually the speed with which he is playing shows that he is in his preparation, and then Anand takes a little bit more time. Knight F3, normal development, Knight F6, and now the very popular variation for Tarrasch defense would be Rubinstein variation with G3 followed by Bishop G2, but I guess here
it's then difficult what to do with the king.
Yes, necessity to find the place for the king is a serious issue, so that's why Anand chooses a different variation. He plays Bishop G5, putting a little bit of pressure on the black center. And already the answer of Dmitry, which came very, very quick, is a little bit unusual. He plays Bishop E6. You can expect, of course, also different moves for black. Okay, actually, it's not illogical. Black is defending the pawn on D5, which is under certain pressure, because white knight, queen, and bishop are putting a pressure on D5. So it's probably good.
And Arthur, just before we go deeper into this game, I believe that we now have the standings. So quick look at the standings where Vishy Anand is in the lead on 2 out of 3.
Yes. The first round was played. Anand leading with 2 points. Very important, I think, that he also has more white colors. Yes. So he's in comfortable leading position.
Yes. Dmitrij Kollars on 1.5 out of 3, and it could have been more. We remember the first game against Daniel Friedman, which he lost. He was doing great. And then at the bottom we have Mickey Adams and Daniel Friedman on 1. So that's also a direct encounter where I think both players will be eager to maybe get the full point today.
Yes, it's actually everything is possible. We still have 3 rounds to go, so the results could be totally different at the end of the competition. enough possibilities to change the course of the event.
Absolutely, and just as we speak, we see that Vishy has just captured the pawn on c5.
Yes. Okay, that of course allows black to take immediately with bishop in one step, basically. So that is actually interesting. I did not expect this move.
Yeah, I'm also a bit surprised.
I thought maybe Vishy would be playing more accurate with e3, but he took on c5. So now let us see the situation. Of course, he is not so much afraid of speeding up the development of the bishop because black cannot castle,
Yes.
which would very soon be maybe the best move in this position for black. e3 was played. Now opening maybe possibilities for bishop to check on b5. The main question in this game, no castling chess, is where to put the king. Yeah. It's not easy, and sometimes the king is running towards the g8 and maybe
H6.
after h6 to h7. This is one of the concepts. Why do you need to evacuate the king? First of all, it's not a safe position with king in the middle. King could be under attack. And second task is to bring the rooks in the game and to connect the rooks, especially important in such a position like semi-open positions. Yeah? So.
And we saw that was, I think, one of the downfalls for Mickey Adams 2 days ago when he lost to Dmitrij Kollars, and he never really managed to solve this issue.
Yes, if you doubt what we were saying about the importance of connecting the rooks, please look at this game, and Dmitrij delivered the proof of this concept.
Absolutely. Okay, so e3, and Dmitrij now is thinking, I believe for the first time in this game, he's blitzed out all his moves until now. And do you think he will play a move like, I don't know, knight c6 or knight d7, or he will try to immediately
Well,
sort out
knight
his king?
c6 definitely is a very plausible move. He just develops the pieces. It's still valued. It's still important to be able to bring all pieces in the game. So knight c6 is a very safe choice. But of course we don't know it exactly, and maybe he thinks about some other concepts. That's true.
And well, I think we'll come back to this game. We will let Dmitrij think for a little bit now, see if he wants to go knight c6. Will he immediately start to do something about the king? And we'll move on to the other game in the NC World Masters. Daniel Friedman against Mickey Adams, and wow, there is an early h5 on the board here.
Yes, something original, but the position is semi-closed so far. Let us see how it happened. Because actually I cannot reconstruct it so simply, but it was started with e4.
It's also our first Sicilian, no, in the NC World Masters.
Yes. But since we were talking about English opening as the good choice, maybe Sicilian is a good choice too. So let us see. And g3, that is of course interesting choice. Black normally would react with moves like d5, but I think that Michael has different concept for the game. He wants maybe to hold more closed position, so he played knight c6, bishop g2, e6. What we see now, sometimes called Queen's Indian opening, because what white is doing resembles the Queen's Indian defense. Something like knight d2 may follow, but again, the solution of Daniel Friedman is very interesting. He plays f4, which resembles now the Dutch defense with reverse colors. And knight maybe comes to f3. And in this was the moment where Michael did very original move. Avoided. I'm absolutely sure that this move avoids any preparation.
I'm also pretty sure, yes.
H5.
H5 also, Mickey is saying, okay, today I will try to do something about that rook on H8 immediately.
Perhaps, yes. Okay, the nearest idea is to play H4 and how to react. So White should already think about it. Of course, White doesn't want to block it because then the square G4 would be weak and Black Knight will go there with pleasure. Something like this can happen. H5 is a move more typical maybe for French defense. If White for some reasons will decide to close the position, then H5 is very useful move because Black would bring his knight to F5 and this move supports the position of the knight. But of course Daniel at the moment wants to be flexible, not showing all plans, and he prevents the move H5, H4 with natural development move, knight F3. The advantage of the move F4 actually for no castling chess is that White can develop his king to F2. And this is kind of reasonable position, allows maybe White rook to replace the king on E1. So that is possible plan for the future. And we see already several moves.
So Vishy played bishop E7, indicating he really wants to play H4?
Michael played this.
What did I say, Vishy?
Yes.
Mickey. Mickey played bishop E7, indicating.
Insisting on the idea H4. Very, very interesting move. Not what I was thinking about, honestly. But
H3 makes a lot of sense.
Prompt was the response of Daniel. The idea is that if Black goes further, then White simply plays G4, not opening anything for rook H8.
Yes. Okay, I'm curious to see how Mickey will react now, if he will persevere with some kingside play or what he will do. But I suggest that we come back here to this very interesting game in a little bit, and we're going to move on to the German Grand Prix, and of course only one place to start, that is the two leaders, McShane and Pavel Eljanov. Already a lot of pieces have come off the board here.
Yes, so obviously we have Berlin defense, yes, and we will come and to see how it happened.
Yes.
So, right.
We had a lovely dinner last night, and at some point the topic of the Berlin defense came up, and I was very strongly advocating that I do not like to commentate, and Luke was one of the people who is very fond of the Berlin defense. I think on the black side as well. I think he plays it from both sides, if I'm not.
Well, it is actually a very interesting choice. It's not that Black is playing only for a draw, by choosing Berlin defense. It's bringing the game to maybe less simple territory. We will see the classical variation of Berlin defense arising, the main variation. And here, for many years, people were thinking that this position is good for White, and Black has to take with B pawn, and after pawn takes E5, even the move like knight B7, little bit strange looking move was tried, but later, with a big effort of Vladimir Kramnik, taking with D pawn became much more popular. And we have very interesting situation here. We have actually from black side there's no castling chess, king cannot castle. King is one of the problems because it stays in the center. So it's not easy to develop the rooks, but black is having these two very good bishops, which is black's compensation for this inconvenience. And second inconvenience is double pawns on the queen side. Nevertheless, black can in the future still push these pawns and try to use it in support of bishop's activity, so it's not like less pawns for black.
Can I ask you, how do you explain the fact that Berlin was so fashionable for quite a long time, and recently players, I think, have switched away more? We see more Italian games, we see more anti-Berlins. What is your take on that?
Well, probably it's just mode, yeah, so
fashion.
Just fashion, and just something what changes because maybe top players fed up to play the lion and move to something else. It is definitely not exhausted, but many lines are worked out till the draw, and of course you still need to remember many variations. Yes. I still think this is very interesting field because the position is very unbalanced. One important feature is that white pawn on e5 can maybe move a little bit too far, and so black pieces can get some nice blockading positions around this pawn. On e6, bishop on e6, knight on e5 stays good. But let us see what happened here. h3 it could be a useful move for some future actions, especially if white would decide maybe to attack on the king side, which is actually the logical choice in a sense, because white has 4 pawns on the king side. But not easy to do in practice because of the powerful white squared bishop, maybe dangerous. Bishop e7, knight f3, so no normal developing moves, and very interesting choice of black to play here, knight h4. I would say that, of course, Eljanov knows the theory, so he follows probably one of the trends in this position. I must confess that my knowledge is rather limited here. So black decides to exchange these knights. It's a kind of interesting choice. h5 could be a useful move in the future, just controlling the possibilities for white to play g4.
And also to activate the rook, maybe sometimes, or not so often?
Yes, but okay, for this reason, white bishop should, of course, first go away. But anyway, in the case if white would push the g-pawn, then the rook is there, so black would be taken and the rook is immediately active. So it's a little bit restricting the opponent's possibilities on the king side. White played knight e2. I'm not sure if it is a new move or a new concept, but the fact is that
seems to indicate that somewhere Luke surprised Pavel.
Yes, he managed to surprise the opponent, because let's say on very superficial thought, first why not to go to e4, a little bit more active, and maybe even to think about exchanging of the bishops with bishop g5. That basically should be not so bad, but no, the totally different move came, knight e2. Maybe it took a little bit of time for Pavel to think about this situation. Maybe idea behind it, if something like bishop f5 happens, just to jump to d4. So that seems to be plausible. And Pavel played bishop e7. I would be slightly nervous about the situation, but still he has time to develop the other bishop. Because
you mean about the situation with the king in the center?
With the king, yes. But sometimes it's not a big deal. For example, if white gives check, black can go to e8 and later to develop his bishop and rook to d8 and exchange one pair of rooks. So of course White would never play it after he lost the tempo practically. So he was preparing the next rook to d1, bishop d2. Interesting position of the bishop. Maybe it goes to c3, and then White would have some threats. I am trying to show it with an arrows. I hope it's not too much irritating our viewers. But another idea, of course, is to put a rook on d1 and to challenge the king.
And what about black now? Because bishop e6 seems to be a move that in general we want to make, but once again, this knight d4 could be a little bit annoying, maybe?
True. That's the idea of Luke McShane. And then, if something happens, I just will make some random move and just say, okay, some structure like this, it's not totally innocent structure, because White has better pawns and may be able to organize a pass pawn in the future. So that is something what Black should also think about. Of course, White is not forced to do it immediately.
Okay, apart from bishop e6, what are some candidate moves for Black?
Well, Black should somehow try to develop the bishop. Yes, it's actually an excellent question. What you put, still bishop f5
could will be knight d4, I guess.
Still knight d4, and maybe to go to this direction. But this is a little bit shaky, because in all positions we should watch the move e6.
So let's have a quick look. What would happen here, let's say, if after bishop f5 in this line?
Okay, sorry. It was not played yet. So
Pavel has sunken into a long think here, actually. And we were wondering, what about e6?
Yes, but okay, White can also wait a little bit to see, maybe king goes to this direction, and then e6 would be even more attractive, without kings be able to blockade the pawn. And also, of course, White in the future can push the f pawn as well. So, no, that looks like a very serious idea. So I would probably nevertheless expect to move bishop e6 or something else, just bishop d7, for example. Okay,
well, we will see, but for Luke, I think he can be very happy. I don't know about the position, but the fact that you managed to land the first surprise in the opening and get already almost 20-minute lead on the clock is always nice.
In fact, Luke's preparation in this tournament was impressive. The first game, we remember how clever he played with white pieces, and he looks very good in this event. I think he only had problems against Rasmus. That was the difficult game for him.
Okay, so we'll move on from here. And actually, I was thinking just now the game that you were talking about with Pavel's nice bishops. It was against Erwin Lemmy. It was Erwin's first game in the tournament. And Erwin today playing black against Matthias Blübaum. Let's go back to the start.
And we have also Taras variation, like no castling games, and then it would be fun to compare.
Yes.
It would be a funny thing to compare. We have classical moves, the same, almost the same moves, and knight f3, and black played knight c6. If you remember that in game Anand Kollars, black played knight f6. Knight c6 is more standard move, basically not running into the pin, bishop g5. So white played g3, knight f6. Yes, so that is a better move order for black in classical chess. A3, that is unexpected move for me. Yeah. Of course, white can continue with bishop g2 and short castle. That's the standard way. But a3 is interesting.
So the idea is to take away the b4 square, but...
Yes, maybe it indicates that white wants to take and to play b4. Yeah? So that was a kind of signal for, I'm sorry, for Erwin to clarify the situation with the pawns, and he played c4. It became very fashionable, this type of structure, and here white played a3, so maybe Erwin wants to use the square b3 in the future, but still, actually, Matthias should be ready for all these things. Nevertheless, it looks like both players already spending some time, so it's not an indication
that
it's all prepared. So maybe some improvisation, which generally also a nice thing, but nowadays people prefer to have everything prepared with computer.
Yes. I think it's fine for the players if they know that both players are on an equal footing, but of course the worst is when you are out of, let's say, your book or preparation and your opponent is blitzing is very unpleasant.
So bishop g5 is again possible move. It's usually after bishop g5 that black is playing c4. Here white has alternatives, and then maybe to try to put the knight on e5. So bishop g5, short castle. It looks like we're reaching actually almost theoretical position with early move a3, which is not that challenging for black, because you can almost have it with pawn on a2 and castle instead, the same position.
We had one more move, only Matthias now continued with e3, and Erwin is thinking. So what are usually the plans for black here?
Yes, the plans is somehow to, at the moment, to hold the position in the center. And for this sense, maybe bishop e6 is useful move. And then to react on white's operation. And white's operation very often is expansion in the center with knight e5. So we are just following almost a standard way. What I said, what is special in the position is this early move a3. So black can try to simplify the position with knight e7. Knight d7 here. So this is special in this situation. Now if white takes, then black pawns are protected better. d5 is good protected. And if white takes on e7, black takes with knight. And that way he supports d5. And having in the future, of course, black would love to play a6, b5, and try to push the pawns on the queen side. He has like a good ending in here. And white would try to support maybe knight and attack on the king side.
Okay, but what do you think? Erwin will be satisfied with the way the opening has gone? Maybe this...
No, I'm not exactly sure, because he thinks a lot now. If he was planning to react on white's on the Rubinstein system with the c5, c4, he may be satisfied.
Yes.
If he had a different choice,
Yes.
then you have to adjust to this structure. Because this is specific structure, it's not easy. One thing what is positive, I may show it, and then we probably move to the other game. So in this type of structure, after knight takes c6, b takes c6, one of the standard plans for white would be b2, b3, but that is with pawn on a2.
Yes.
With pawn on a3, it is not as strong, because white wanted basically to take with pawn back.
Okay.
And to attack this pawn structure. Of course, that only happens after some exchanges, and you can imagine the situation where it makes sense. Even here it makes some sense, but it's not that dangerous as in other case.
Okay, so we'll come back here, but today I think it's shaping up to be an interesting day of chess, yet another. And finally, we have the game between David Navarro and Rasmus Wane, and Rasmus Wane once again finds himself on the black side of an Italian game.
Let us see how it happened. No need to comment these moves, which most
people will know them by now.
Probably also one day in their chess career played this position. Italian game, extremely popular on all levels. D3 is a modern move, of course, modern or old move at the same time. It leads to long maneuvers and positions which are close maybe to equality, but you can play, you can outplay the opponent, and that's why it is one of the favorite choices of Magnus Carlsen. He's doing it extremely well. Knight f6, short castle. I will probably try to tell about the plans shortly.
And today, I mean, we saw the first round, Pavel played this quite rare knight c3, not rare, but less common on the top level, knight c3, and today the more conventional on the top level, c3.
Yes, it was also, I think Rasmus played even h6, can it be the case?
Yes, yes.
Now he's not afraid of bishop g5 anymore and waits for white to do it. His move is a5, is a modern move. Again, I must confess that I would be immediately out of the book. Recently, people started to also to worry about this type of things, that white can do some activity on the queen side. In older times, white intention were maybe slightly more conventional, with c3 just to be able to retreat with bishop if necessary. But a5 prevents this type of expansion and gives some retreat square for the bishop in case of necessity. Sometimes we need to move the bishop away because otherwise white is ready for d4.
Yes.
Rook e1, useful move for white because also of typical maneuver which is coming. Knight gets to some good squares. Bishop a7, we saw Rasmus using this retreat square, moving the bishop away. You can do it with a6 as well, which would be my choice maybe, but with this a5 we prevent some expansion of b4.
So far, everything very standard, all the standard maneuvers we are seeing. Black is also now castling.
Yes, it makes a lot of sense. I think Rasmus was trying to castle long or castling long in one of his games, but now he chooses more conventional way to play. The next move is also interesting. He decides to exchange the bishops with bishop e6. And again, answer of David is very funny. He uses the square b5 and keeps the bishops.
Yes, so now we see one of the drawbacks of a5. Well, it stops the expansion of b4, but on the other hand, it allows the bishop to avoid the trade in this way.
We can maybe have a look at some variation, which I always was interested in, some such things. Double attack on b7, on a6. It may be scaring to see, but it looks like black can ignore the one of the threats. And if I takes on b7, now the big tragedy is happening,
and that's
queen,
a good
queen
knight.
is trapped.
Yes.
Bishop b5 is very interesting fighting move, keeping more material, and also the answer makes sense. And knight goes to e7, and maybe in the future it goes to g6 to defend the king side and to be able to maybe to enter the square 4 if possible.
And now for white, I guess, okay, there's probably a few things that white wants to do. Redirect the knight from f1.
Knight g3, yes, for example. Yes. Very reasonable. And then black can do maybe the same, or play c6 first. I'm not sure that it is necessary, but a possibility. And then to have interesting position. On the king side, almost symmetrical. Of course, white can also play bishop e3 to almost creating some symmetry. Or the question could be also who will start some activity in the center. White has possibility d4, black has possibility d5 after pawn is better protected from e5.
And yeah, knight g3 has been played by David Navarro.
Okay, it was a safe choice of us, yes. Knight g5.
And now Rasmus
is thinking, yes. He need to find out who will profit from this inclusion of the move c6, for example. Should he play maybe knight g6 immediately? That is a question that he may ask himself.
Okay, so a quiet game so far, but we will see what happens here. Does the game come to life? Does it stay a positional?
At some stage, of course, it will be some clash. At least that's what we hope.
Yes.
Hope to see.
So we'll go back to the NC World Masters now, and back to Vishy Anand and Dmitrij Kollars.
Yes, comparing to our game. Who was playing? Bluebaum was playing this.
Yes.
Bluebaum Lamy. Yeah. He has some difficulties of making a castle, which is simply impossible. And let me just show you from the beginning, because I spoiled it a little bit. After knight f3, we see that McShane, Erwin Lamy was playing knight c6. This is traditionally a better move order in Tarrasch, but knight f6 actually allows this bishop g5. So the reaction of Anand is normal, but again we should adjust this theory to no casting. Which is not easy. We saw this position already, and after e3 we were thinking what happens, and our guess was knight c6. And indeed,
what happened.
It's kind of the most natural move, developing the knight, and white played bishop b5. Not only trying to attack the black structure on the queen side, but also maybe preparing the move king f1 if necessary. Rook c8. That makes a perfect sense to me, just to develop one more piece. The question what probably the players may ask, what about taking on f6, taking on f6 and taking the pawn on d5. In fact, after the move rook c8, the square c7 is covered, so black may consider taking on b2.
Yeah, and maybe this could be an even bigger problem if the king cannot castle and get into safety. And anyway, this is not what happened. Obviously, Anand was calculating it, and we can trust him in this. He preferred to play a different move. He played knight to d4. Okay, this again itself is a reasonable move because we have here good square. The answer is interesting. This move, king f8, stepping out of the pin from the bishop on b5.
And asking, okay, what white is doing here? Yes, and white took on c6. White took on c6. Okay, that probably was intention. Whether Viswanathan Anand put his knight on d4 to be able to ensure that black will take with pawn, it's one possibility, of course. Yeah. So he took, pawn takes. In fact, both players are spending quite a bit of time. Yes. Position is complicated, and the next move of Anand, a3, also not easy, not an easy move. It could be a part of strategy to try to blockade now this pair of pawns. And how can white blockade these pawns? By maybe putting rook, then putting knight, and bishop goes away, and trying to get control over the square c5.
And what about Vishy's king? Do we need to be worried that the king is still on e1? Or
yes, it's still not solved. Yes, this problem with the king is still not solved, but if he would stop black pawns from moving, which probably his intention, then he may let the king stay in the middle. So that would be an option. And not to spend so much time by trying to bring it to the king's side.
And what about the bishop pair here?
Something, of course, yes, but especially I don't think that white wants to take on e6. Yeah? Let us try to see what would happen here, maybe. Then black can take with pawn, and later he can put king on more comfortable square f7. Helping black's development, and also this pawn on e6 supports the pawn chain, supports the pawn on d5. So it's not the main issue here, the two bishops, but usually if you have this, it's called like hanging pawns, but it will be really hanging pawns if black would play c6, c5, then we call it definitely hanging pawns. Here at least one pawn supports the central pawn on d5. So this type of structure is in many cases is playable if we have bishops pair, because there is some hidden dynamic in these pawns, and dynamic is good for bishops.
Of course. Okay, well, Dmitrij is still thinking after a3, so I think we'll move on again to Daniel Friedman and Mickey Adams. this very interesting game where Mickey played an early h5, and in fact very few moves have been played here.
So it's our strategical battle.
Yeah.
And actually, I like the way Daniel is solving opening's problem with King F2. I think it's a good idea. We left at exactly this moment. We left this game, and Michael played b6, just trying to develop the bishop. Knight c3, and black played bishop b7. King f2. That's the big point maybe of the move f4. If somebody thought that this is done to attack, maybe
not so much.
That maybe in the future, yes, but the first task was to finish the development and to bring the king in a safe or relatively safe position. I like this concept, but maybe somehow Mickey can copy this.
I wonder if Mickey can maybe play some g6 and try and bring the king.
Okay, this would be also some plan. Let us show one of the ideas, how to solve this no-castling theme, Yes. So put g6 and to try to bring the king. Okay, that's one of the recommendations. I think we can leave it at the moment like this, and because Adams is very he thinks at this moment.
They've both spent a lot of time. We're only on move 9 here.
Yes, and already it was considerable amount of time invested from both sides.
Yes.
But it's worth it because. I think first after this problem of kings would be solved, then it is a little bit more routine.
How would you solve the black king problem?
Again, I like this idea to play, in this case, play f6, king f7,
Yes.
but that only could be done maybe in more closed variation. That is one of the ideas. How good it is comparing to white, I'm not sure, because we still have some issue with the knight. And after the move h5, black position is little bit
Open.
bit open. I'm slightly afraid of this. Let us see something like this. Maybe not good at all. White has some attacking possibilities.
Yeah, no, Mickey will definitely want to avoid something like that.
Yes. So far we like your plan. J6 and king f8. Maybe we will see.
Yeah, we will see what Mickey comes up with.
No. I'm afraid he played my move. But maybe I hope that he will improve on the way, because my line was positional disaster.
We will see what happens there. I think we're going to move on. We'll have a quick look at the clash of the leaders, McShane and Eljanov, and then I think we will take our first quick break of the day.
Nothing much happened here, actually.
Wow.
Fortunately for us, we guessed the move, because somehow other positions of the bishop could be immediately attacked. And if here white plays knight d4, I guess black wanted to answer with c5. But also, look, McShane had the waiting move for d1. He wants to see what is going on, because if c5 now, then knight may go with different squares. So it's not good to push c-pawn so early, and black plays king e8, which makes sense to me, because black can develop the rook now. Still, the position, of course, not easy to play because black rooks are not connected. But if we exchange one pair of rook, then we can maybe think about rook play a little bit later.
Yes. And after king e8, Luke has been thinking all this time, I think. Okay, 5 minutes he's been thinking. No.
Well, it is important to find some concept. I think he made the moves what he was ready, developed the pieces. They are almost ready to enter the fight, but now he has to find exactly the right situation, or maybe to think about some pawn moves, if it makes sense, like c4 or
I was thinking about c4 because we talked earlier about how we want to put the bishop to c3, maybe, and I was wondering, does it make sense to first play c4?
Well, it looks like a plausible. Also, in some cases, we want to protect the square d5.
Yes.
Or to have additional control over the square. So this is one of the possibilities in the position.
Probably a lot of possibilities, and Luke McShane, he is taking some time to consider all his options. So I think we will now take a very quick break, the first break of the day. And after the break, we will be joined by Nenad Tomashev, one of the developers behind AlphaZero, so that should be really interesting. Looking forward to it. Don't go anywhere, and we'll be back. Then also during the break, we'll be showing you a video of the joint analysis yesterday by Vishy Anand and Dmitrij Kollars. So enjoy that, and we'll see you on the other side.
Today we had one big game at the No Castling World Masters here at the 49th International Dortmund Chess Days between Dmitrij Kollars with white against Viswanathan Anand with black. It ended peacefully in a draw. Dmitrij, your opening choice was f3. That was your preparation, or?
Yeah, more or less. But unfortunately only until f3. I looked further, but I couldn't really remember.
Okay.
I mean, okay, d5 I had. That's the obvious move, I guess. But yeah, it's just not the most exciting line, I guess. I couldn't see any very interesting ways on the board. It's very similar to my game yesterday. That was this 4 knights Scotch game with a pawn on c7. So there were some similar ideas. But yeah, I think it's more or less forcing after d5.
Okay.
At least, yeah, I didn't see much else.
I mean, from strategical point of view, this king f2 ideas can be interesting in this no-casting chess sometimes.
Yes, f3 comes up very often. So, along with h4, these are the two ideas that somehow no-castling encourages. So.
Yeah, interesting. Okay, d5, then you exchange. Did you analyze this position?
Yes, I ran into the same problem, that f3, and then I actually I had not prepared it for today.
Yeah.
I expected him to go e4, but I remembered preparing it for Mickey. So, so it wasn't a thing. Too bad. And then, well, it's all kind of forced.
I was commentating with Arthur and probably you just missed something. We wondered if king f2 is
it's thought about this for a long time.
Well, I had this and it's also okay, I think. But on top of that, at the board, I suddenly couldn't understand why I cannot take on c6.
Yeah, this is also what I thought.
Okay.
Yeah, bishop takes, bishop d7, bishop a8, and then
Queen b6. Yeah.
Queen b6 check. Also, maybe some bishop a5 with the idea bishop b6 check. It will run around king.
Yeah, true.
But okay, queen d6 check, bishop e3 is the only move.
With
queen b2, I think queen e2 is forced.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Take.
Everything, yeah.
Take on a1. And then now quite king e7.
Okay. This is of course better than pawn takes f3.
Well, if king e7, he can go bishop b7, and then I go rook b8, and he cannot save the bishop, I think, simply because rook b1 I have bishop c6.
All right. Okay, we were not that deep into the line.
This is what I was calculating.
Okay. So
but I remember king f2 also queen d1 is okay and bishop d7.
Okay, okay.
Anyway.
Okay, so it led to the end game, and
I guess I was quite inaccurate somewhere after rook b1, or maybe rook e8 is a mistake. There is some more elegant, more dignified way of making a draw. Let's put it that way. But I had to grovel a bit. But
was king c2 here an idea for white? Did you consider that?
First of all, I didn't see what to do after rook h8.
Yeah, that was my problem.
Okay.
And second, even ef3, I couldn't see a refutation because I'm threatening f2, knight e4, and tying one rook down. So
okay.
Okay, if I give a check then.
Sorry, ef3, rook d1 check, king c8. You'll go gf3, yeah?
Yeah, I was
and then
thinking
rook
about it at
a7,
least.
and I sort of crawl out, I thought.
Okay, if I take rook d6, it's nothing.
Rook d6, rook e8, something like that.
Where and which
So
variation?
king c2 ef3, rook a d1 check, king c8, gf3. I mean, I don't want to calculate rook pawn endings with rook e8, so rook a7.
Okay.
Rook d6, and I thought rook e8. And maybe I'm crawling out somehow.
Okay.
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 If I take first on f6, that's just too little.
Well, then I have rook c7 and rook g8. I have this file, so I should
yeah,
have
that's
contemplated
enough.
somehow.
Here in this position, you mean?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Again, this ending we can clean with we can clean, but I thought it's enough
rook
for one
c7
game.
you
Rook
said?
c7 probably,
Okay.
and rook into f6, rook g8.
Okay.
Bring
Yeah.
it
Okay.
It doesn't look much better than the game, but yeah.
Okay. Then you achieve this rook end game, and
Yeah, I'm not sure if I have to trade, but
but
also
this
didn't
rook
see
e5
anything
was
else.
pretty strong, huh?
Well, I felt I had to get rook h5, g4. I had to provoke g4 because the other way I don't break through. But anyway, this happened, and I thought important was f5. I was a bit nervous making this because if I've miscalculated something, it's busted.
Yeah. Okay.
But I couldn't see exactly what. He went h4, right?
Yes. H4, G5,
Yeah. And very important f6.
F6. H6 was also possible, or
Maybe,
so they
but
can
I
take
thought
maybe.
that's still a clear pass. pawn
okay,
for
because
him.
after taking.
Okay, I mean there's a h pawn and the same as in the game, but there's an h pawn as well, and somehow
yeah.
because he still puts his king on e3, plays rook a4, and kicks me out of e5. I didn't like it very much. It might be equal simply.
Yeah, very.
But I couldn't see what's the reason to prefer a f pawn over a
f6
h
looked
pawn.
just fine, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, here I wanted to play a bit, but yeah.
Okay.
King
Here I
e2,
couldn't find anything.
well, even if he goes rook b7,
Yeah, I can take the
I
pawn,
go to
yeah,
f
but-
e5, king f4, and I'm just
Yeah.
getting all the counterplay.
Yeah, we saw that. King e6 and then king e5, yeah?
Yeah.
King f4 and black is making a draw, I think.
Yeah, I mean, if he wants instead of g5, he can start with rook b7 check. Then I don't play king e6, but I have to go king d6.
Yeah.
And then g5, f6 anyway is...
Didn't
more
see
or
a
less the
difference, but
game. Yeah. And so I come anyway, king e5, what I want to say.
True. Okay, at the end, it was a solid draw.
Yeah, just enough counterplays. Rook a4, well, it's very cute that... actually, there was one brilliant idea. I don't know if Dmitrij saw it. If we go back before rook e5, after rook e5, we just saw the position on move 2020, let's say.
2020, okay.
No, move 20, sorry.
20, rook b1.
Yeah, rook e5, rook b4. And rook h5, h4 to stop rook g5. Now I go rook a5, a4, and I don't know, I saw some incredibly funny line, f5, f4, well, not exactly like this. The pawn should be on h2, but then I go c5, c5, rook c4, king d6, and both rooks are trapped. So I go king d3, king d5, king d3. And then, well, you can see what nonsense I was doing at the board, but then somehow, but in fact he loses.
But you're winning,
because,
maybe, maybe I shouldn't go into this, yeah.
So maybe what I was trying to do was, even if he gets rook f4 to go king e5, but of course it's crazy to trap. But I thought it's funny that both rooks end up trapped like this. It's the only amusing thing.
But my rook is a bit more trapped. Yeah.
Well, it's a fantasy variation. I'm sure it doesn't work on the board, but we're at the board. I think I even saw king c2, king d5, king d3, rook b5, a b5, a b5, rook c5. I was checking if this pawn ending was okay.
Okay.
It's not important, but it's
That's funny,
yeah.
Okay. So Dmitrij, you are happy with the draw, or?
Okay, I don't think
is
I
your
had great
feeling?
chances, so yeah, it's fine for me.
Okay. So we are seeing you tomorrow again. with reserved colors, and Vishy Anand will have the white pieces against Dmitrij Kollars. Thanks a lot for your insights, and see you tomorrow.
Sure.
Yeah. Thank you.
Hello and welcome back. We are delighted to be joined by Nenad Tomashev, one of the developers behind AlphaZero, which revolutionized, I believe, the chess world. Nenad, a very warm welcome to our show. Before we talk about AlphaZero, can you tell us a little bit maybe about yourself, about your background, and how did it all come? How did you come into the chess world and all of this?
I mean, I'm guessing this is of kind of less interest to reviewers compared to AlphaZero, right? My own story. But yeah, I mean, I've always really wondered about how the human mind works and how we can understand it better and maybe build tools that can help us do other things. And obviously chess is one of the areas where AI has been very present over the course of its history. AI has been around for quite a few decades so far, and games were always one of those areas where you can test ideas, try to, build agents that would play hopefully intelligently. And yeah, I hope that we manage to do that with AlphaZero. So I'm really excited to be here, and it's really great to see all the energy at the tournament.
Talking about AlphaZero now, I think the first question later on we can take maybe a bit more of a deep dive. But for now, if there are viewers watching us who might not know what AlphaZero is, well, first of all, where have you guys been? But how could you explain what it is that AlphaZero has done and what it is in simple terms?
Yeah, well, in simple terms, I think obviously the development of computer chess and computer engines has been around for quite a while. And it's also been a while since they've exceeded human overall, I guess, skill. But they've done it in a very particular way where a lot of the positional features, what those engines would look at, were handcrafted over a long period of time, obviously optimized a bit. So it was instilling human knowledge and human understanding of the game of chess, and then building some software around it to do a lot of search and try to find the best line. I think the approach that we've taken as a company with AlphaZero was a bit different because we approached the problem with a fresh pair of eyes and from a more scientific side when it comes to AI. And that's to try to have AlphaZero teach itself how to play chess without any real human supervision. So we haven't built it on top of pre-existing human knowledge of the game, but AlphaZero as a system learned by itself to play Go, to play chess, to play shogi, and to play all of those games at some very high level. And the idea there was just to let an AI play against itself repeatedly from the very beginning, not even knowing the rules, not knowing what it's supposed to do, that it's supposed to mate. If you look at it at the beginning of training, as we call it, right, it's just playing literally random moves. It doesn't look like anything. There are no patterns. Then randomly some game finishes by mate at some point. Then it learns that, okay, mate is a good thing to aim for. And slowly over the window of training, it learns what it's supposed to be doing, that it's supposed to be, controlling space, the center, not losing material, maneuvering the pieces around, making attacks. And eventually becomes a good program.
I'm shocked you said slowly it learns. It wasn't so slow. I mean, AlphaZero, from what I read, within 4 hours it was already pretty decent.
Yeah, that is accurate. I mean, it depends on how many computers you use to let it play. But yeah, within a couple of hours, it's certainly at some, let's say, grandmaster level, and then exceeds that and goes above. Yeah, some kind of a rapid change happens. Let me just do some mental math. Maybe around like 4 or 5% of the total time it's playing itself, when it actually understands the game and what it's playing, stops losing material, starts playing like maybe an amateur person would. But from that point onwards, it very rapidly increases to some very high level indeed.
Well, very interesting stuff. We're going to dive into the games that we're seeing today, but tell us also, what is AlphaZero's involvement with certain variants? And here the variant is, well, no castling chess.
Indeed. I mean, it's been a very fun collaboration we've had with Vladimir Kramnik, and it's really been humbling to get the opportunity to work together with him and his brilliant mind when it comes to chess. So he visited us some time ago and came up with this idea that we can use AlphaZero to try to prototype alternative variants of the game of chess. So just to test that hypothesis, we did this. So we took AlphaZero, which again doesn't require any supervision, and we fiddled with the rules. We tried a couple of different sets of rules, and would then train up the model and evaluate it in certain ways. And we learned that some of these variants of chess that we tried were actually quite interesting, compelling, with cool patterns. So we wrote up a kind of a report on that and shared with the community. And obviously the suggestion isn't to replace chess. Chess is quite fascinating. It doesn't need to go anywhere. But to offer some alternatives for players who want to experiment, who want to try something new. So no castling chess was one of the most compelling kind of chess variants we've looked at. We've looked at some other things as well. different types of pawn movement, a variant we've called torpedo chess. We've looked at having no stalemate because some chess players were very curious about that. We looked at, what would happen if you could capture your own pieces, which was similarly quite interesting, as ludicrous as it sounds. and basically we learned through this process that chess is so rich that, even all of these adjustments, they have their own aesthetic, they have their own appeal. It's still similar to the original game, but yeah, fun. So I would say, to the viewers that if you haven't tried it, feel free to give it a shot. It's not going to make you like classical chess any less, I would say, but it may be another fun pastime to try.
And well, No Castling Chess had its debut here last year with the match between Vladimir Kramnik and Vishy Anand. This year, the players are back for more. What has been, just before we go to the game, you played the opening first move today. What are your impressions, first of all, from the tournament before you arrived, what you followed from London, and what you've seen in the playing hall today?
I mean, this is a tournament with an amazing history. So it really feels great to be here and to see everyone full of energy, passion to play, and also one thing I could definitely feel on the stage they're making that first move was razor sharp focus. The players being in the zone before the game, so that was quite palpable in the air, I would say.
Very good. Well, I don't know if you've had a chance to look at the games that we have today, but we'll start, I think, with the game of Vishy Anand against Dmitrij Kollars.
There is some development in the game. I think it sharpened a little bit. Let us see the last moves. We left the game, I think, after the move a3. And Dmitry made a reasonable retreat with bishop, anticipating maybe the move before, which happened actually. And now c5. So we were talking with Fiona about possible plan for white to create some kind of blockade, and that's out of dish now because black tries to open the position. Very sensible also in the view of two bishops, but it became much sharper now. Queen a5, queen d2. Still, we are not really very sure what Vishy is going to do with the king, maybe to put it to e2. And he would need to decide it very quickly, because now some confrontation started. So what do you think? First of all, black, would he take with rook, maybe? Just to try to attack, but also taking with bishop has probably also some advantages, pressure on c3.
Position is really getting very, very sharp now. Are you concerned about Vishy's king that is still in the center?
I think it's hard to be concerned about Vishy, but I would say that, I mean, at the first glance, to my eyes, which are definitely not as trained, it looks like an unclear position where it's concrete, it's move by move, and things can go very wrong with one wrong move, which is exactly what we were sort of hoping for and what we were seeing in our AlphaZero games on No Castling Chess. And
there is some development he took with rook. Okay, also makes sense not to compromise the pawn structure. And Vishy played rather quickly, so it was already prepared, the operation. I think already when he played before, he should consider this setup. Now he took on f6 and knight e2. Hoping to solve the problem of no castling by taking the queen in a very natural way. We may check it now. Now we, of course, can be already helped by some engines to assess the position. Usually two bishops is decent compensation in such case for this isolated pawn, so black normally should be able to hold this position.
Let me ask you another question. Dmitrij Kollars, he joined the tournament at the literal last moment. I'm pretty sure he had no experience of no castling chess. If people at home wanted to try it out and like Dmitrij had to adapt in the last moment, what would you advise from your experience and from what you have seen? What are some of the things that we need to watch out for or keep in mind?
Yeah. Well, I should first say that the idea when we were looking at these additional variants of the game of chess was to try to keep it as close as possible to the original game. I mean, as you know for sure, there are very many proposed variants of chess over very many years. And I guess the problem there conceptually was that anyone can come up with an idea, but then it's unclear, is this going to be a balanced set of rules? What is the dynamic going to be like? Is it a compelling game to play? Which is why I guess many of the variants that have been proposed over the decades haven't really taken off as much. And what we were able to do with our system was to kind of definitively say, if you invest time into this, if you like it, it is a good game, and if you give it a shot, you're not going to regret it. And I think for no castling chess, it's fairly similar because everything else is the same. And the only difference is obviously that you need to have a much better feeling for what to do with the king, because it takes multiple moves normally to bring it to safety. Like here we see king f8, right, having been played before, but obviously this still obstructs the rook on h8. So then, well, in this position probably a king e7 and getting the rook out, but if in a different position where the king isn't safe, coming back to e7, you would need to look at different motifs. So either g6, king g7 and then the rook out, or h5, h4 and getting the rook out via h6 and h5. And there are many ways in which you can get the king to safety. You don't have to go king e8, f8, g8. You could similarly in some positions play f6, king f7 and so on, or artificially castle, as we've all in classical chess done in certain lines. So it gives you options, and you need to also take timing into account because it takes multiple moves to perform the operation. You can't do what you normally do with castling, where in one move you're safe. That you maybe make one move like king f8 here, and then something else happens in the center, there is some other tactical play, and then maybe you do the next move of the operation. So it gives you more to think about, more options simply.
And one more question I have, I think you've been very humble about your own chess, but you told me you play online, Blitz and Bullet. You have a rating there of around 2300, so it's a very decent level. What is your experience? How much no castling chess have you played yourself?
Well, we played one game now before. I mean, I tried a little bit. I tried some of the other variants as well that we've
that was going to
explored.
Be my
yes, and I think I enjoyed it. But I mean, it is true that just intuitively the openings will be slightly different. The motifs will be slightly different, so it takes a while to adjust. So the first game you try with the variant is likely not going to yet be very good. You need to develop an intuition for what you need to do.
So far they are following our analysis. Dmitry decided to take on d2. It makes sense to me because I was thinking about queen c7 as well. But then maybe white would play f3 with intention to go king f2, one of the possibilities. So to fight in the middle game, black should try to keep it like this. I'm not sure about knight f4 here, if it makes sense. But okay, I was thinking f3 and king f2. That was... Maybe then g6, king g7, so it still looks like a possible alternative, but okay, it's not happened.
Do you think for a player like Dmitry, who is much lower rated than Vishy is played, do you think it's more tempting to get the queens off and maybe be a little bit safer, or do you think he's making the objectively best and what he believes to be the best.
I would say that he tries to play objectively best moves. I think he was considering these two options and preferred this one. But of course you have respect for the opponent like Anand, and you don't want to, especially with black, you don't want to lose, and I think he saw that in this position. Okay, it's not 100% draw, but it is very close to be draw. So.
Have you been impressed by Dmitrij? Sorry, Artur, I cut you off.
No, I said solid continuation.
Yes.
So that's.
Have you been impressed by Dmitrij, who is making his first steps in no-castling chess?
I mean, all of these players are amazing players, so I don't think any of that should really come as a surprise. I mean, I'd be more curious to hear from him about his own experience, if he enjoyed playing the game.
Okay, well, maybe we can talk to him afterwards. Hopefully you'll get a chance to talk to the players. And Artur, do you want to move on to the other game?
True, maybe a little bit more interesting, actually. Anand is still trying to gain a little bit of initiative, trying to break through with the rook. But it's not easy to do. Maybe king d6, and if rook goes, then already rook a5 is a possibility. King d6 was necessary to protect the square c6. So basically rook a5 is a wish, but we have to be careful not to let white knight.
Actually, let me ask both of you a question. If in the current position you had to pick a side, which side would you rather play?
I take Filipovich side.
The outer. Nenad, what about you?
I would probably take white. I like the control over d4. I think this is positionally quite nice, and that there is still that, long-term isolated pawn. As mentioned, it shouldn't be much, but yeah, it just visually looks appealing.
I also pictured you as being a tricky knights kind of guy. Am I correct in that? Or?
I wouldn't say I have a strong preference, but yeah, I think knights can be very useful, obviously.
And well, Vishy, I think, is famous for being one player who has talked quite a bit about how he likes playing with the knights. So let's move on to the other game between Daniel Friedman and Mickey Adams.
Oh, something happened here, yes. We left it in a moment where Adams followed my suggestion d4, so I was really very much afraid. But fortunately for him, he stopped following my moves and played knight f6.
Because we were talking about what to do with the king. And Artur, well, maybe we can show it again also for anyone who joined us.
It was a kind of disaster, because this is not a good position. White knight is coming to attack. Yes. It was positional disaster, I think, that also white queen is coming to b3. So we stopped here, analyzing it. But of course, the move of Michael makes much more sense. Knight f6. c4 was played. It's a little bit unexpected, but had a similar effect as c3 because black decided to take.
Have there been any variants involving en passant in any way?
We haven't tried removing it. We did have one variant that we looked at where the pawns could move by 2 squares anywhere on the board, and then, well, there is more en passant because it can happen anywhere. But yeah, I think it's obviously a useful rule. So yeah, we will not consider removing it.
Do you have a favorite variant that out of the many that you guys looked at?
I mean, this is the fascinating thing for me, really, and that's they're all beautiful in their own way. So no casting chess for all the reasons we've described. If you like chess, you should probably also like no castling chess, but there is less safety around the king, so there are more tactics involved. I think the self-capture chess was actually quite tactically interesting because if you want to attack on the H file, sometimes you can do rook h1 takes h2, so not having to push the pawn and exchange it and so on. You can open the file immediately. But obviously it's a little bit different for the defensive side as well, because you can't get a back rank mate because you can exit through your own pawn chain. But also, I think Torpedo was quite kind of dynamic.
What is Torpedo?
As I mentioned, with the additional pawn movement, right? Just because it adds a lot of power in play. So black needs to be much more careful, but similarly, if black gets a counter attack, then white can be in trouble. It's still balanced, but it's much more decisive overall. And yeah, there were even some, much more alien variants we looked at that were also, I guess, quite beautiful, but that's a matter of taste.
Okay, I see.
So this mysterious en passant move happened here.
Yes.
You take c3, yeah? Knight takes c3 and knight b4. So already Michael tries to attack. Actually, I was a little bit curious why he took with knight. Why not to take with pawn? Maybe pawn d3 would be under the pressure, so maybe something like this. So it was not obvious to me. I was very much impressed by the way Daniel played the game, but I'm not sure about the last moves, honestly. Because now Michael puts pressure on d3. Knight e1 was the last move. Still, the problem is not solved. What to do with king, rooks, or maybe to postpone it, maybe it will be solved of itself by transposing to ending.
So you're surprised that Daniel allowed the knight to come?
I was surprised that he allowed this en passant move actually by playing c4. I was not ready for this. It was not necessary to, in my opinion.
And then did you see in the opening of this game how Mickey went for very fast h5? Yeah,
that's a very common motif, and in many, as we mentioned, no casting games, that's an alternative way to activate the rook. Normally you would want to get it all the way to h4 to exit via h5, I guess, even though, well, here rook h6 motifs aren't really a thing just yet because of the bishop on c1. There are some things to look out for. But yeah, it's unclear what's going to happen later in the game, and it claims some space.
What I heard that AlphaZero was playing like millions games in a minute or very quickly.
It wasn't that much.
Not that much, yes.
There were still millions of games in total, yes, I guess. I am not 100% sure how many there were here, but maybe something like 20 million roughly in total. That's not far off in any case.
So maybe after 10 millions of no-castling games, it will give us some better recommendations.
Hopefully.
Just to clarify, is that 20 million games ever, or?
Well, when it was learning how to play, obviously we were testing it and generating some games with it afterwards at the very end, and those we went through manually and looked at and had nice things to see, I think.
Same question here. Which side who do you prefer?
I don't know. I think it's harder to give a definitive answer. For obvious positional reasons, if this were classical chess, you would probably quickly say black. But then there is a question of what black is going to do with the king. And yeah, if the king has to move and go somewhere else, then maybe the advantages at that point disappear because of the time that white gets to untangle. But yeah, if black were able to castle, otherwise, yeah.
If black could castle, maybe black would be almost winning. Yeah. Like long castle and d3 is falling, it would be crashing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But we should always try to remember it. This optic is a little bit disturbing because we still see position in normal way. Just that castle is forbidden is difficult. But not happy for this development for Daniel. I think he is on defensive now.
Can we not somehow just castle by hand? Can we not play rook f1 and king g1?
I would try to get rid of this knight immediately, yes, because I'm afraid of this pawn on d3 would be attacked. Okay, maybe black goes back. But okay, then it's already not that big deal, yes? And we can back, but still on rook d8, yeah? Your suggestion was now to go rook f1 and then king g1.
Also, I'm hoping if black doesn't do anything with the king, if the king stays in the center, to at some point try and open the center, of course.
I think, yes, black somehow stays. The problem is that they are also not so well coordinated. I think he still hopes that maybe something happens in some nice moment for the rook. So maybe he will simply attack the pawn. I don't know yet.
Would you pick black in this position, Arthur?
I would take black, yes. I would prefer to have black here, but bishop e3 was played, so maybe maybe Daniel. Actually, he is slow on time. That's also an indication.
They're very similar for now, but they haven't played many moves. That is true.
Not so many moves. Yes. Rook d8 happened. Yes. So, and maybe we were missing something, yes, about a3.
But now how do we defend the pawn?
Why didn't he play? Yes, that's a big question. I think he wants to sacrifice it for some reasons, but I don't see it exactly yet.
Daniel has been playing very enterprising chess in this tournament. Do you think he's enjoying this no castling? What have you made of his games that you have seen?
I think we have to ask him again. It's not my place to say, but he definitely made for a very interesting position here. I'm curious to see what they do next.
I hope that not bishop f1, that would be a huge disappointment.
Yeah.
But then I don't understand what happened, because I thought a3 is the most, or it is just obligation to push away. What now? So a little bit. Okay, maybe we can try to make something from this. Queen e2, maybe black takes, queen takes. So what is going on? Do we have any compensation? Actually, I don't see a compensation, and only one problem: this rook, to bring the rook in the game.
I would suggest that we very quickly check in. I know you're mostly here for the no casting, but that we very quickly check in with the two leaders from the Grand Prix, because a lot of pieces have come off the board there. So maybe we can very quickly have a look at McShane against Eljanov.
Indeed, it was very interesting move played. We left this game and black played king e8, and look, McShane makes a kind of typical sacrifice in this Berlin variation, giving up this pawn, but everything is ready for opening of the game. And now e6 is under attack, and it's no good way for I guess no good way for black to defend it. We can actually here we can use the engine, and I wanted to check the move king d7. I can take, and bishop c3, yes. Winning the pawn back and keeping a good pawn structure.
And there is never really any danger, I guess, along the g file.
No, not so many pieces left, yes. So white king is absolutely safe. But Eljanov, who also spent some time, he decides for a more safe move here. Bishop f6, white took, so pawn is taken back, and rook d2 e1, which is interesting. It was not necessary to go with this rook, you could go with other rook and then to maybe to play rook b1 attacking b7, or maybe play bishop f4 attacking c7. So still keeping material balance and maybe something of the equal position, but he preferred to indirectly protect the pawn on b2, because if bishop takes, then rook e7 is coming. Black, what's black played? Rook h to d8.
Do you remember last night at dinner we were arguing about the Berlin defense? Some of us were in favor, other not so much. This is why I'm not...
Not so
I struggle to get too excited.
Well, AlphaZero is a fan, as we know, so
yes.
Yeah.
He's a fan of Berlin.
Likes the Berlin, but yeah, also unlike humans, he doesn't care about having fun, just playing the chess. Yeah.
How does it work? You said he's a fan of Berlin defense, so it's just statistically good defense for him?
Yeah, I think, well, we trained it many times, and oftentimes it ends up just playing the Berlin in answer to the Rui, but sometimes it goes for a6 as well, so it's, it thinks they're somewhat equivalent, but it does have a very high opinion of the Berlin, for sure.
Okay.
To me, it's incredible how all of that, I feel like in chess it took, hundreds of years for humans to determine the Berlin as a very solid defense. Then Kramnik famously employed it. And AlphaZero did all of that by just playing itself. Like, for me, it boggles the mind, like, how exactly does it do that? Because we're so used that normal chess engines, they will have access to opening books, to all that previous knowledge. So can you maybe go a bit deeper into...
Well, I guess on a very high level, we've sort of done it that way as well. And one thing that, I mean, back in the day when I was reading about the history of chess, and this is also how you're often taught as a kid about the game and all of these like old champions and what they were doing, there were various schools of thought as to even how to value the position, which openings to play, the pawn structure versus the dynamism. Do you sacrifice the material and go out? Do you play King's Gambit and that kind of stuff, or play more solid? Always keep the center. Then the hypermodern openings that followed that. Well, I mean, they're not incorrect in any case, right? So we found ways of playing that as well. And we progress through these types of concepts around chess and through openings in some kind of a natural sequence. And apart from just having AlphaZero teach itself how to play, we also did a project where we went into its artificial brain a little bit, and we probed and we looked at which types of concepts exist inside. So the technicalities of that are, I guess, irrelevant for this chat. But I guess what we found was that human concepts and the understanding of the game of chess are encoded inside. They are approximately inside, so they're slightly different. I mean, there are subtle differences maybe with how AlphaZero interprets things, but it also justifies ourselves that we're not so bad at this game, right? At the end of the day.
Thank goodness for that.
Yes.
And well, I have a couple more questions, but Artur, give us your assessment of this rook ending we have on the board now.
Yes, there are two possibilities now for black, both connected with exchanges of the rooks. One may be to go for pawn ending. This is a little bit risky, in my opinion. because white can create passed pawn and black not, with this pawn structure. So I would try maybe rook d1 in practical game, also exchanging the rook, so defending in a tactical way against white's attack. And this looks like very normal position for black.
And by very normal, do you mean very equal?
Very equal, yes, very equal.
So it looks like very likely we'll have a peaceful result between Luke McShane and Pavel Eljanov, as I believe Eljanov has just played your move, rook d1.
Rook d1, yes, it is much safer because you can't calculate the pawn ending so quickly. After rook e8 it may be dangerous, and rook d1 is a practical choice.
Nina, a couple more questions. Tell us about how you got involved. I believe you were already at DeepMind when this whole AlphaZero thing. So how did it start? And I imagine it was a very exciting project to be working on. So tell us a bit about the early days and how it all started.
Well, when I joined DeepMind, I was one of the founding members of the health research team that where we were using AI to help with diagnostics, to help identify and treat diseases faster. But like when I was there in London in the first months, there was the AlphaGo project and the match against Lee Sedol, and that was a very unique experience. So we were at the office at 3, 4 a.m. whenever the games were being played over in the other part of the world. And having all of the analysis in front of us and crossing our fingers, seeing what happens, because you do your tests, you prepare, but at the end of the day, you have to test it in practice. So this was the real test. So that was quite an amazing experience. I think obviously many chess players will be familiar with Go as a game, even though here it may not be as popular as in the East. But it's a very fascinating game, and it's a game that's been quite a bit harder for the development of engines than chess was. So at that point in time, there were no really good Go engines, at least that could compete with the very top players. And it came as a bit of a shock that, especially for a program that had, AlphaGo still had some human input, but had, fairly little handcrafting, more just sort of learning from human games. And then AlphaZero happened soon afterwards, where there was no kind of learning from historical human play, but rather just having it play against itself. So I joined the project at a slightly later stage when chess was being considered, and have been working on AlphaZero and chess ever since, I guess.
And then came the big moment, I think, when you guys published those games that AlphaZero played against Stockfish. Yeah. And I think it was just an earthquake in the world of chess, because AlphaZero, I was reading up a little bit of this morning, a lot of players said, it's playing like an alien, but a very strong alien, and it sort of, as I mentioned earlier, revolutionized, I think, the chess world and how people prepare and even how they evaluate positions. So what happened at that moment when those games were published?
I mean, it was amazing to see everyone's reaction. I think, to my mind, I wouldn't say an alien. I would say that it's a computer engine at the end of the day, but in many ways, AlphaZero's style of play to me is somehow more human. And sometimes with computer engines back in the day anyway, you would get some artificial-like moves that work out after a lot of calculation, but it's not something you would maybe intuitively consider. And with AlphaZero, it seemed more like human intuitive play, but maybe at a higher level, because it's a machine, so it can do more. Some ways in which in some of those games material was being sacrificed for restricting the mobility of the opponent. Those were all human ideas for a long time, but just executed very well.
Do you still sometimes, in the aftermath, watch some of the best players in the world play, and did you think to yourself, this was a bit of AlphaZero?
I don't know how. I mean, I would hope that they had some influence. I know that some of the top players nowadays for these big tournaments prepare with Lila as well to find some ideas, and Lila is an open source kind of implementation of AlphaZero. But yeah, I mean, people have played H4 and A4 and similar types of moves way before AlphaZero existed, so I also don't want to over-attribute.
But it's funny how that became the trademark, right? You would see some H4, H5 and go, oh, AlphaZero.
Yeah, I mean, in some sense, it's not the only thing it did differently, but the fact that it was more willing to play these types of side pushes, flank attacks, was one of the hallmarks.
And well, I think we'll let you go in a second, but is there more? Can we expect more from AlphaZero, or what's happening now?
You never know what's in store. I would say that the story we have where chess is a playing ground for AI ideas to try to advance our own understanding of how to build these systems, and similarly chess players and sort of profiting from that by getting good engines is probably not a finished conversation. I think there is much more to do. We are, looking into many other applications of AI, but we are, like many of us, there are chess fans, and at some point we may revisit and do some more work.
And well, actually, one man I haven't talked about at all, but I think he should get a mention, is Demis Hassabis,
yes.
One of the co-founders of DeepMind, and he's been, he was a child chess prodigy. How crucial was his involvement and, in all of this, and his influence and his passion?
His passion has driven, many of these projects forward, and he has a very clear vision for what he wants to achieve, and it's an ambitious vision, but I think that he sees AI as a kind of a force for good and a way to make positive contributions to society through advancing science, for example. So some of the work DeepMind has done recently with AlphaFold and mapping the human proteome, figuring out how to determine the 3D structure of proteins, where there is hope that this can be used for drug design to cure diseases that we don't know how to cure just yet. And it's an exciting moment. I think that AI has advanced to the point where we can expect great things in the years to come, and it's just about focusing on the right things.
On the good. Well, Nina, thank you so much. I don't know, Arthur, if you have any more questions.
I have many questions, but we probably don't have time for this. But
well, we'll probably see you around later on, so we can continue picking your brain. But Nina, thank you so much for joining us, for being in Dortmund with us, and also for your contributions to everything AlphaZero has brought to the chess world. And enjoy the rest of your stay here in Dortmund.
Thanks for having me.
And we're going to be taking a quick break, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back in around 10 minutes with the rest of the chess section.
I wish you all good luck, and the games can be started.
Press the clock.
Welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. As you can see, it's not just the two of us anymore. We have been joined by Grandmaster Dmitrij Kollars.
Und es ist einfach auch gut für Dortmund und auch für das Turnier, dass wir so internationales Publikum bekommen. Also die Westfalenhallen sind eine Top-Location und es ist richtig angemessen für diese hohe Qualität auch des Turniers. Es sind tolle Partien, die hier laufen.
Ich denke, dass das eine wichtige traditionelle Veranstaltung ist, die ja schon seit fast 50 Jahren hier in Dortmund stattfindet, und das finde ich wichtig für die Stadt. Das macht alles einen insgesamt sehr professionellen Eindruck, und die Spieler und Spielerinnen habe ich ja auch gesehen. Hoffe ich, dass sie sich hier wohlfühlen in der Halle.
Hello and welcome back to the Dortmund Sparkassen Chess Trophy. I thought it was really interesting to hear from Nenad Tomashev, one of the developers behind AlphaZero. But now we're back into the action, and well, we left it off here.
Yes, after excellent move rook d1, it looks like black solving all problems very successfully. G4. Now the task of Eljanov was to try to activate the rooks. So there are several possibilities. He finds a very interesting way to activate his rook. He finds a very interesting way to do it. And I think the position is about equal. We see pawns runs, and the idea is to bring the rook on the fifth rank where it works perfectly. After king f2, rook a5, maybe at some stage black could play rook c5 and put the pressure on c3. Some weaknesses of white. Yes, so this position is about equal, and I would suspect that Pavel wouldn't have big difficulties in holding it to a draw.
Yes. So, yeah, most likely this rook ending will end peacefully, and that gives us the chance to move on to the game between Matthias Brübaum and Erwin Lamy. It feels like we left this one a long time ago, so we'll have to go back and see what happened.
Because a lot of things happened. Yes. I think we left it somewhere here, or maybe even move earlier. I thought about bishop e6. It was played knight to e8. So less obvious move to me, because where this knight is going, we will see. After exchange, also a little bit unexpected move, but interesting move of Matthias Brübaum, knight g1. So very funny idea, but the idea was to bring the knight on f4 and keep attacking d5 that way. So, but this is of course very creative move.
Yes.
Very creative move. And Erwin reacts in a very good way, in my opinion, by pushing very hard now b5, g2.
So wait, just can you show me why we cannot take?
Well, I guess simply rook b8 would follow, and the pawn on b2 would be under.
So a4 is met by a6.
Yes, so black would win this pawn back. Knight g2 and a6, and okay, black is also ready to put the bishop on b7. More aggressive move could be rook b8 here, trying to attack immediately. So a6 was played, white played b3, a little bit unexpected because white plays on a side where opponent has advantage. So that's not always works. You need to have a kind of perfect timing for all this stuff. Black played rook b8. Understandable that he wants to take on c4 with d5 pawn, and so get rid of the pawn which is under massive attack. Bishop b7. Short castle, knight f6, so knight came back from e8. Now white took on c4, and as we expected, black wanted to take with d pawn, which he did. And now
Is it nothing? So what happens with this position? White has 2 pawns in the center, where black has none, but black has this 3 versus 1 on the queen side?
Exactly. So this is an excellent question. What is going on? It is complicated, and that's what both players are trying to achieve. This unbalanced position, so difficult to play, so difficult to understand who is ahead, because it is very often a question of tempi, who will develop who push his pawns quicker. So a standard assessment that the advantage on the queen side is maybe good in ending, and advantage in the center is good for attack. So white tried to push with d5, queen b6, and now he played queen b1. It doesn't look like a promising attacking move, so something happened in this stage. Let me try to understand, because more natural would be like keep attacking, but it looks like in this moment Matthias found out that it would be too much. For example, rook e1, maybe black just in time to attack this pawn, where the reinforcement, the support is not coming. Because actually of excellent position of the queen on b6. I just want to pay attention. Not only protects everything and goes, but pinning f pawn. So very good move. Very good move for Erwin. And he has a promising situation. He got exactly what he wanted, a fight where also black has good chances. Now he had to find out, okay, what to do next, how to play this position. It looks good. The very natural plan, what I see, is to try to improve the position of this knight and maybe to bring it to some better squares over e5 to d3. d3 would be a dream square for the knight, and if knight achieves this square, not only it supports black initiative on the queen side, puts the pressure on f2, but it also in a way makes it very difficult for white to do something in the center. Somehow it looks like Matthias is losing control over the center, although he had there more pawns. Also a result actually of this queen b6 move.
Yeah, it looks like Erwin is playing a very nice game so far, and he played just now rook f2 e8.
Okay, that still may not change the position very much. Although I would prefer bringing the knight to d3. I liked this idea so much, because giving too much time for the opponent, we can also try to understand the idea behind it. Queen b1, it's actually, we are helped by Matthias because he played queen b4. And then what he wants to do is to counter, maybe to something like this, pinning the pawn. One possibility, another possibility is a3, a4. He blockades this structure and wants to attack it. After blockade, we can attack the pawns because they are not mobile anymore. That's the point of this queen b4. That's why I would say knight d7 was preferable. Let us see it again, knight d7, because if in this case white goes queen to b4 and tries to play a4, then knight d3 hits the queen just in time.
Yes. And sometimes it's a good example to show how one tempo can be so crucial.
Could be crucial factor, yes. So I think the rook f8 is not. He wanted to prevent e5, but the same goal would be done in a better way.
Okay, so we'll come back to this one, and let's check in with David Navarra and Rasmus Svanne. Also, we left this one a long time ago.
Many things happened. Let us first have a summary. We've thought about c6 or knight g6, and just move before. And basically, both things happened with different move orders. Knight g6 first, and now c6 anyway. Yes. And here we were considering who would start operations in the center. Black started it first with d5. Pawn takes d5, knight takes d5. The probably tactical explanation that white can't take on e5 because of small combination.
Petite combinaison, very nice.
It's a nice French.
Yes. They like to use this phrase. Petite combinaison.
Okay.
Very nice, very
very
popular
nice.
expression. Yeah, no, so very cute little tactic.
Yes.
But of course,
this is kind of standard thing. D4 happened. Also white has to do something about center. It looks very plausible. Yeah. So we have almost symmetrical position, but not exactly, because black played a very interesting move now. So we see what is not symmetrical. Bishop on a7 stays very good, putting a lot of pressure. With the move queen c7, black wants to use some kind of pin, and attack also g3. Very interesting. So trying to create some pressure over these diagonals. Knight e4. Different moves. How to put the rooks, both in the center, or one move in the rook in the center, and then maybe even to push f-pawns. It looks like Rasmus decided for the central formation, like both moves, both rooks maybe in the center. Bishop d2. A little bit unexpected, because it allows black this change in the position, but it was not easy to find a way how to develop the queen side.
That's true.
So bishop d2 and
Rasmus takes.
Rasmus takes. Yes, David, I forgot if I mentioned that David is playing with white, Navarra. Yes. He was extremely aggressive in the first round, so really was a little bit...
Although, as he mentioned to us, it was not that he was intending to be so aggressive, it was more based on...
He was not happy about his openings, and that was the reason for this extreme aggressiveness. So it looks like black can be very happy in the situation, uses now or empties the square d5 for the bishop. Looks like a very good position, and white is still not coordinated. What these pieces are doing, not very clear. So bishop c2 came, so bishop d5. Bishop d5. Some edge for black. It looks very comfortable, very compact. Yes.
But we see with the next move that David played, queen to g4, that there are still maybe some aggressive intentions here.
Very much so. Yes.
Also, look at the time situation. Rasmus has only 18 minutes, and we're only on move 21, so 20 more moves to make for Rasmus.
So probably a key moment now.
Yes.
If Rasmus can find a way to use the active position of his pieces, or he will pull back a little bit, and maybe David retakes initiative. Of course, we are cheating a little bit.
I was just going to say, we are engine assisted, and I am completely baffled by what the
suggestion of an engine. But it is obviously attempt to use the certain lead in the development. Yeah? Let us see the suggestion of engine. We don't want to pretend that we play better chess than the players. Yeah?
Yes.
So F5 is, of course, suggestion of an engine. But I'm sure that Rasmus is considering this and trying to calculate it.
Yes.
So I would say rook f8 is the intention, but I was wrong. There is a tactical idea. I thought about only what I was thinking about, some positional compensation. But it's actually turned out to be much more simple. Knight takes g2 is a point.
Knight h4.
And knight h4. So that actually I should see, but I was talking and not thinking. Sorry about it. Knight g2 could be, of course, seen.
Yeah, I think once you see it, it's obvious, but I don't know how easy is f5 to...
No, because we haven't seen it automatically.
Yeah.
It's not. It's actually it's a nice motif. It's trying to lure the white queen on the wrong position. And yes.
I would be very impressed if Rasmus. I'm not saying that he cannot find it, of course. It's just quite an unusual.
But look, also David obviously missed it.
Yes.
And David is fantastic tactical player. Yeah? So, and Rasmus is thinking already sometime, so it's that probably not that obvious at all. But that's what happened when we started to work with engines more. We see that humans are missing a lot of tactics, actually.
I think he just played it.
F5,
is on the board.
Bravo, Rasmus. That's brilliant move.
Yeah, and so, well, we've just seen queen f5 would be really bad, because after knight takes g2, there's the king's safety.
But it is double attack, so what is he going to do? Intermediate taking on f4. Yeah, so that's the line what we should consider. But here we are not risking to lose material after queen takes f4. Yeah?
I think that's already, so bishop takes f4 is on the board.
Yes, I guess that David...
I wonder if David is bluffing, you know, because okay, it's kind of the only move, on the other hand.
Yes.
But still, I was expecting if he missed f5 completely that he might be, you know, in a little bit more shock or something like this. Like the fact that he instantly took an f4.
Maybe it is not so bad. Maybe David calculated something, I hope, for him, that he was not blundering in this variation. Maybe now knight d6. I don't know, did he play already?
He's thinking.
He's thinking still. Or it is really what he tries to do, maybe a little bit of poker, poker face. Yes. Just don't think that I am blundering with these things. Yeah.
And where does he go? He does go to d6. Yes.
This psychologically, it's a very good play of David, and not to show the weakness, but so far I'm not sure that I understand his intentions. Let us see what is going on after rook takes, and knight takes g2, maybe rook e7. And black has a good choice, or g6.
Yes.
This beautiful bishop on d5 holds a lot.
And what happens now if I take, can I take b7?
Yes, I want to
Maybe
take with the knight. Okay, very reasonable. Knight f4, hitting also h3. Let's say we defend, So we make all natural moves. But we lost no, we didn't lose the pawn, but we are not really in good shape. D4 is handing. So the maximum chances for the draw, but not...
I agree with, I think that David probably missed f5. Maybe he saw it after he played his move and he planned his response, but this was certainly not...
And he tries to create maybe some pressure, psychological pressure on the opponent, and to confuse Rasmus, because of course Rasmus sees that it should be good for me, but what is the intention of my opponent?
Right, shall we go back to the NC World Masters? And check in first of all with Vishy Anand and Dmitrij Kollars.
True, we already have a big development in this game. We left it in the moment where we had this ending position. I was thinking about king d6. King d7 was played, more defensive move, just if check, then to be able, I'm sorry, if I just missed the square. So just if I checks, then to be able to play rook c7. Okay. And not to worry about knight b5 check, for example. So that was the idea. White played knight f4. Rook a5. And rook b3. So nothing special here. Rook a4, just a little bit of maneuvers, and knight came back. So white didn't achieve anything with this regrouping. But black probably was like offering draw with this rook a5 move. Not so simple, says Anand, and he wants to continue to play. Basically, there is not so much risk for both players yet. Now f4 came. That's actually a little bit awkward situation for black because he has to exchange such a good bishop. So I'm not so happy about this and this development starting now, starting with the retreat. But I agree that it's not easy here to play this position. So one possibility would be king c7 to control some squares. Rook a5 is a little bit. It's possible move. Maybe bishop a5 was not accurate because we still could go like king c7 or even a6, preventing some knight jumping to b5. Bishop a5 was asking for f4, and now we had to exchange, but not a big harm happened. A little bit bad position for the rook, but black tries to improve it. King c2. The question why not to activate the rook, if giving the opportunity. King c2, bishop f5, king b2, bishop e4.
E4 is a nice outpost for the bishop.
That's a good defending, activating the bishop, and bishop played g4. It's interesting that he really tries now to.
And we had just one more move after g4. Dmitrij played king c7.
Idea is to use the rook maybe actively.
But I have to say, once again, I'm very impressed by Dmitrij, how he's been holding his own. Question is, what is this position? I mean, how do you evaluate this endgame?
Okay, it's maybe still not far away from equal. Let us see the idea, because black's problem is how to activate the rook. The second problem is this pawn, because it's not only limits the bishop, it's also a target. So that is, and if we take the rooks away and white king will go forward, white can maybe try to play for a win.
But they both made a move already.
Yes, they did different moves, so we are not in the shape. Yeah. Okay, the idea of g5 was to prevent. Yes. The idea of king a3 was to ignore it, because if rook h6, I was thinking that we can play h3, but maybe Anand doesn't like it because some possibilities of bishop g2. What was possible also to give check and pawn maybe handing on a7. So that is actually was a real possibility. Yeah. So that means that white shouldn't worry about this maybe too early. g5 was played. The factor what is of certain importance is that Anand has much more time. He's confident, he has much more time.
But they are only 8 moves away from the time control.
True.
Not
Yes,
so
so it's not, let's say, big time trouble. And it is a relatively simple position in the sense of material. Yeah.
I have confidence in Dmitrij that
he will hold the position. Yes. Okay.
Okay, let's check in with the other game, Daniel Friedman against Mickey Adams. What is this?
A lot of changes.
Yes.
A lot of changes. Unexpected to us, or partly unexpected because I see my analysis here. I just played Queen E2, but of course the same exchange could be forced by the move A3. That's an interesting idea of Daniel, sacrifice the weak pawn, but to get some initiative. It was not stopped here because very interesting exchange sacrifice happened. Again, in no castling game, black would have maybe a good position after castling in some in castling game. In no castling, black can't castle. Let us consider this exchange sacrifice. Yeah, this is something interesting, but always a difficult element. So what black got for exchange? He got 2 pawns. So formally it's okay on material, yes. But the next move is unpleasant. It's not great news for Adams. So white wants to play a5 and open the game.
Yes, activate the rooks.
Yes. Still, he kept calm and he played f5. I'm not sure that I would do it, but
so he wants to put the bishop to f6.
The alternative would be bishop f6 maybe immediately. So that is a serious alternative. And maybe he was not happy about some moves like rook a3 and future a5. So let us see that he played f5, maybe now with idea to develop somehow.
And of course Friedman played a5.
Anyway, yes.
The logical continuation of the plan.
There are 2 arguments for this move. First of all, that we get rid of one maybe potentially weak pawn, and more important, try to open the line for the rook, or for the rooks.
Can we try and stop? Yeah, b5.
b5 should, in my humble opinion, should be played. But again, maybe we can see something spectacular here on this side. Let me try to see what is going on. Even this is possible still, but I wouldn't recommend it. So b5 maybe more serious.
So okay, black has 2 pawns for the exchange. Do you feel the position is more or less balanced?
Perhaps, yeah, perhaps. The question again, b5 was not played yet, but the question again here, a6. What is difficult here, that each side has a certain arguments, and white, by pushing a pawn, increases his chances on the queen side. If we manage to pick up a7 pawn, we are very close to promotion.
That's true. Okay, I mean, I think it's a 3-result game. Eh?
It is a very sharp game. It's definitely both sides are dreaming about more than a draw in this moment.
Yes.
So maybe you're right. Maybe it is balanced at the end, but it is.
It can swing both ways.
It can go both ways. Yes.
Okay, back to the Grand Prix. And well, let's start with the endgame between Luke McShane and Pavel Eljanov.
That was understandable ending, and actually nothing happened. Nothing happened. White simply played rook d4. That was only one move what happened.
Oh my goodness, Pavel has been thinking for 28 minutes.
For some reasons, this move put Pavel in
shock.
Deep shock, and now he thinks really long.
But okay, it's also, I mean, from my perspective at least, I always feel that rook endings, and just actually we saw him now make the move on the camera, he's played c5.
Maybe
when I see, you know, the engine says 0-0, but if I have to play in my own game, I feel
not so confident.
Not so confident at all.
True, and this is actually the move which he probably didn't want to play actually, because rook
to cut the rook.
Rook is cut now and works only on limited squares. So let us see what is going on. White probably gives check, and have no idea. Maybe king f6.
Okay, can we start?
G5.
Yeah.
Yes. King f5 is dangerous. King f5 is dangerous because we may end up in some checkmate.
Yes, that would be unfortunate.
That would be very unfortunate, and okay, king position is not brilliant, so he will go back. That puts the question, why not to play king f7 immediately, as I was not sure who will profit from this g5 move. We can also play just king f7.
Yeah.
On the other hand, maybe white can
take maybe at some point.
Yes. Although it doesn't look so scary.
You know, I once again, this endgame, when we looked at it a while ago, I thought, okay, this game will probably end quite soon. But now I'm thinking, this game is far from finished.
Two things would happen. Pavel spent a lot of time. He's not, doesn't look so confident anymore. Yeah. So either he's not happy with his plan, a5, a4, rook to a5, although it looked actually good, in my opinion. Yes, we can see alternative, maybe alternative to c5 would be probably just to hold the position. But sometimes it is difficult just not to do anything, just to stay. So he was maybe not really confident here that he has improvement or he has moves, but okay, maybe now to activate the rook. That's actually looks like a reasonable operation. We had a move now after c5, rook e4 check. Kind of an understandable check. Factor which is difficult now for Pavel. He has 14 minutes, and in a way I don't see the picture so clearly, but he is not overconfident.
Yeah, I think the fact that he spent half an hour on c5 is a little bit concerning.
Yes. Yes, and c5 is not the move which is immediately strikes us as the right move in the position.
Okay, we'll come back to this one because I think they are going nowhere, and we will move on to Matthias Blübaum against Erwin Lamy. today could be a big day, I feel. All the games are still going. Anything is possible in all the games.
Huge fight, huge fight. Yes. I was still thinking about Eljanov's game, but here it is, of course, a strategical battle,
yes,
where somehow almost was impossible to achieve, but both sides managed to block the pawns. Two connected, yes, pass pawns are not easy to block, but you see what happened. It's already Steinitz and Nimzovich, they were saying that if pawns are staying on the same level, then it's good, but if you push one pawn, there is a hole in the position that pawns could be blocked. And both did it in a structure, and somehow it turned out that both sides reached the blockade. So very funny. Yeah? And usually blocked pawns are weak, so that means that blocked pawns are weak, well, they cannot be moved, and you can attack them. So you see, both sides fulfilled the defensive plan.
What about the offensive plan?
What about, yes, how now to make a progress? Yes. Without being able to push the pawns, what can they do? Now, it looks like the game stopped, yes, in a way. Yeah? The strategical nightmare. Yeah? You don't know how to improve the position anymore. Yes, I think they just have to make some moves and repetition, yes, repetition, and that's what happened. Yeah, that is not.
Yes.
Yes, and then at some moment probably they can make some.
I mean, even here they could, if Matthias moves the rook from a7 and the rook back to e8.
What do you mean?
If he plays rook, I don't know, rook a6 or rook.
Yeah, that is. Of course, they can make a certain repetition, true. Yeah, but how to make a progress? How to break the blockade?
That's why I'm saying it's,
yes,
not impossible that they will repeat the moves.
Yes, because the game basically finished on a strategical level. You can push the pawns and the strategy is gone. Yeah, so, and we can come back to the reason for this. Yeah, in this moment, Erwin had a better hand, but I think he lost the time. Yeah, and we were suggesting one move suggested to start the regrouping, and if knight would be on d3, no blockade is possible. No, not at all. Yes, only maybe to try to exchange it, but there is no blockade. And now we have, okay, rook a6 was our move, but any other move is not really improving the position. You can play rook d to a1, but...
And maybe black just plays rook e8 again, yeah?
Yes, that at some stage you may end up by making some repetition.
Okay, let's check in with David Navarro and Rasmus Wanne, where we saw that maybe Navarro missed something when he played his queen g4, but now
it looks like he missed this f5 move. And here, the last we visited this position, we were wondering what is going on here, and obviously Rasmus was wondering as well, because he chose this variation. And here he played rook a7. Not that it was forced. Yeah, we were considering here knight f4.
f4 to attack the pawn.
Followed knight e6 and attacking pawn on d4. And position was very difficult. So rook a7, trying to pin, and David is thinking now.
Okay, maybe we can go king h2 anyway, just to already defend the pawn on h3.
Mm-hmm.
And maybe also if I have one more move, I can go maybe king g3, and just to stop your knight from coming out so easily.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Okay,
guess
let's see what is going on in your variation. And black is coming to f3. Mm-hmm. Okay. And it would be nice somehow to activate the king, but how to do it? And black may take on d4.
So what is this move, bishop b3 here?
Mm-hmm. Here or earlier?
Here.
Yeah, that's both make sense.
Yes.
Yeah, both make sense. So here, let's say bishop b3, knight takes d4. Yeah, bishop takes d5. And now your plan was to run with the king and to checkmate.
Yes.
It's a strong play.
A straightforward plan.
Straightforward but strong plan. Difficult to defend against it.
And Rasmus, I mean, still we're only on move 27, so 13 more moves to make in under 9 minutes on the clock.
So let us say this is one possibility. Of course, Rasmus has a good position, but the question of decent counterplay and maybe some counter chances, and this is one way to try to activate the king. Not a bad idea. The second would be to start with this, yes, to start with this, and if it makes difference. Actually, we should see what. We were losing d4 pawn, but here the pawn still there. So we are doing kind of reverse variation, yeah, and now running. I'm knowing for white this type of pin, but it's not that dangerous because we can move the rook and then check and then unpin ourselves. So it's not really a decisive factor in the position. So I think David is thinking maybe he was not anticipating rook a7. In fact, it looks like our alternative suggestion was at least sensible, just to bring the knight to e6.
He played bishop b3.
He played bishop b3 because it may be clever. It may be clever, and he still has this plan, I'm sure, in the head to activate the king as well. But maybe he will do it in different circumstances.
I actually am gonna predict a draw in this game. What about you?
This is possible because, of course, again, we think that Rasmus is still better, but time is an important factor, and of course, David is also a creative defender, and he doesn't want to lose this one. No. So maybe draw is possible in this game. I would also say draw. Taking into account much better time for David.
So I think this one will be. I actually think all 3 games will be a draw in the Grand Prix.
Really? Okay, I am sure about the game.
Blue Baum against
Blue Baum against Lemmy. I'm not so sure about the game McShane Eljanov, but although it could be a draw, definitely.
Yeah. We will see. Luke is thinking, so maybe we have time to go back to the NC.
We have time to go back to NC, yes. Nothing dramatic is going on in Grand Prix.
The rooks have come off.
Lotus things happened.
I think, did I just check? No, I thought there was a handshake. No.
Do we see there are repeating moves? Yes.
I think there is.
They took.
It's very near or
close to the draw.
Yes.
It's close to the draw. Let us see what was going on. We left it here. 3-4, rook e6, king c2, check, bishop e4, g4, and g5, f6. In this moment, we left the game. Rook b5 happened, like took, h6. Yes, to reduce the number of pawns seems to be a good idea.
And just swapping rooks.
a5. And that's how it happened. And king c6. Yes, it looks like black is now escaping to a draw. That's good for Dmitrij.
Yeah. King c6 is a nice move to sort of force this whole line.
To force it, yes, because also he is less on time, and
But the players have just made move 40 now.
Yes.
So they will get an extra half hour.
He will have an extra time, and again reducing the material. That means in this case we are closer to the draw, which is a nice sign.
I mean, is there anything Vishy can do if he goes knight d6?
Yes, that is dangerous, because if you take the pawn, we may lose pawn ending. Yes, we need at least to calculate it quickly, and it may be lost position. The reason for this is it took swing. Just unfortunate, but not. That's something different happened.
Yeah, so Vishy didn't play knight d6, but knight c7.
But if knight d6, bishop simply can go away.
Yeah.
So knight c7, okay, forcing to take, and then knight e6. That is the idea.
And I guess g6.
G6 or even king b4, because if you take, pawn is under attack, and here it looks like again this should be draw. Knight e6 was not played yet. We can start with king move, like king c3, king b6, knight e6, g6. Okay, that's what that's what white wants to check, because if we are lucky, we may break through and to create maybe some Zugzwang situations, and there is no not a simple nothing could go wrong for Vishy, so he just checking this position if there is some chance here.
But probably there isn't.
Looks like it should be draw here in this game, and we move to Adams Friedman, which was exciting and still is, and still is. Exchange sacrifice led to a very interesting situation. We've thought about b5 and then a6. But Adams decides on the move h4. He went deeper into position, and he discovers another resources. Here I was mentioning bishop h4, but Adams, I think he plays much more simple. This move looks nice. Rook h6, rook takes, and now rook g6 was played. King f2 was already answered, and black has activity. Maybe bishop h4.
I would be actually a little bit scared almost.
Yes, but okay, or this move. King f1 and rook g3. It probably should end in a draw. We can check it, how it possible.
So if bishop f2.
We take in c3. Maybe check.
On e6. Sure.
You want to take a pawn?
Why not?
Why not? Also good question. doesn't look dangerous at all. Yes, what I wanted, because I was a little bit scared, I wanted to pin the bishop, but maybe it's also not a big difference here. Pin the bishop and try to attack it.
You know what? I think my prediction is today will be our first day with 5 draws. That's my prediction.
You may be right. You may be right. Yes, first, and I think I make another prediction. It would be our first and last day with 5 draws. It will never happen.
I think that's a good prediction as well. As we see that bishop h4 check is on the board.
Yes, that's a good stuff, good move. 2, because it looks like a draw actually. Actually, bishop h4 looks good, and probably there is some forced draw here. Let us see what is going on. Something like this, yes. And we have check. Now we have white in attack.
Okay, I have to go forward. And not to f6.
Yes, because of bishop d4. And now bishop d4. That is scaring. But we have perpetual. This is beautiful. Almost, I would say, Eljanov's bishops.
Yes,
after his brilliant game, Eljanov's bishops.
And the king can never run out because the dark squared bishop is controlling.
Look at this pair.
Very nice.
Okay, that would be draw.
Yeah.
Such a strong pieces.
Yeah, because also white has to go, maybe you can just show white has to go to f1, because if he goes to g1, bad things will happen.
You mean we will have now support with such a creative player like Bogdan?
Yes.
And we are only going to present him 5 drawing positions.
Well, there's still some life in them.
Okay, hopefully.
Absolutely. Well, you said it, Artur. So very soon we'll be joined by Bogdan-Daniel. So I think we're going to take a short break now. And we will be back with Bogdan in about 10 minutes, so don't go anywhere, and we'll see you then. Hello and welcome back. We are delighted to be joined by our top seed, Bogdan-Daniel from Romania. Bogdan-Daniel, thank you so much for joining us.
Hello, thank you for the invitation.
Thank you so much. Well, before we look at the games, because of course we are looking forward to hearing your thoughts, just tell me, it's the first time you are playing in Dortmund?
Yes, it's my first time playing in Dortmund. It's a very nice place.
And you're enjoying your time?
Yes.
And what about your tournament so far? How do you reflect on your games and result?
Actually, it's relatively good results. I just want to continue to play a good game.
Well, still 2 games to go, but today let's look at what the competition is doing, and we're going to start with this game between David Navarra and Rasmus Werner.
Yes, it's something happened last moment where we saw this position. Bishop b3 looks very good idea.
Yes, just to exchange the bishops.
Yes, and okay, maybe not better moves available. Whatever he took on b3 and knight h4. Okay.
I can consider knight f4 here.
Instead, yeah?
Yes.
Just to more central move. So we can try. I will try to defend it for David and let's say king h2.
Okay. Probably I can try h6.
I don't know, maybe I have to move my rook already, or rook, sorry, maybe even this move, trying to check.
Okay, knight e2.
And then they can take, maybe protect c6 at the same time, yeah?
Okay, I can play knight e6 because of rook takes on c6 and my knight is going hanging.
Yes, what do you think we should do with it?
Probably rook c8 check.
And pin and try to...
And knight d8.
Knight d8, okay.
Take the pawn on d4. Knight c6.
And this is a good chances now to draw, yeah?
Yes.
Actually, I will stop you because the game has already moved in a
little bit different direction.
Yes.
So he preferred to put the knight on h4. Now let us see what first of all. I'm sorry, that's what the position, knight h4. Okay, maybe shortcut to f3, d4.
Yes.
Was his idea. And white immediately gave check.
Probably a right move.
King f7.
Check.
Check, make sense. And went to defend. Rook f3. And probably hoping that knight is slightly out of place. Rook d7, knight c4, rook takes d4. Probably idea was to take the pawn. I don't know why it is still thinking. Because structure is good for black, but do you think it's a real chance for Rasmus?
Probably yes. I think above rook d1.
Rook d1, only move.
And f4.
f4, and then some moment rook d2, yes?
Or rook f1.
That could be annoying. So let's see.
And this is probably why David is thinking right now, yes?
It's possible, yeah. He sees that there is some problems.
But he has captured the pawn.
Probably need rook d2 here.
Exactly what is happening. It goes to this direction so far. Okay, let me try to defend. But of course, still, black is playing for a win and white is defending, tries to defend.
Probably.
What do you think? If we maybe return a little bit back, so that was a kind of moment where we had some doubts, that knight h4, knight f4, So we thought some knight f4. Maybe
probably this position is above calculation.
Yeah, that seems to be very
concrete.
Yes, very concrete, exactly, yes. And materially balanced, but this pin, but white can always give check and then pin himself. Maybe also I was not defending here, I was trying king h2, but maybe check the way Navarro played, maybe it also makes sense here.
King g7.
King g7, and then some knight, pawn is handing.
Knight c5.
Knight c5. What do you see here?
King f1 or king g2 and king f3.
So it goes on d5 and
rook e6.
Rook e6. Okay. Yeah, so it's also not the most, yes, and I'm so afraid to play the move rook to c7.
No, but probably it's a good move.
Maybe I don't have anything else, yes, I have to.
Or knight b4.
That's actually I missed possibility. So, yeah. Not easy. It was maybe it was possible with knight f4, yes, but okay, let us concentrate again on the game. It was knight h4 played, and somehow that's what happened again in the game. It looked very natural. White found this rook maneuver to e3, which seems to be a good defensive idea. White is not losing material yet, which is another good news. And that was a moment where Rasmus is thinking. We were trying f4, rook c3, rook d2 before, but still not clear how to try to play for a win. Yeah?
Probably try to take on b2.
Let me try to take it.
And try to push the pawns. g5, h5.
We will show our viewers possible ideas, yeah? And then maybe to play for checkmate if possible.
Yes.
Actually, Rasmus didn't play f4, he played immediately this rook d2, I think.
Immediately rook d2. Okay, he was taking time actually, so let's see what he calculated. So in this moment, he played immediately rook d2.
Actually, Bogdan, I have one question for you because I see Rasmus is getting quite low on the clock. We're always impressed when you have little time on the clock that you're still getting up and walking around a little bit. Is it easy for you to think about the position even when you're walking, or?
Okay, I think about position when I'm walking up.
And also, just for our viewers, I wanted to mention, we forgot to mention it when we came back from the game, but from the break, but the game between Bluebaum and Erwin Lamy ended in a draw.
Already.
Which we were expecting.
We can quickly revisit and ask also Bogdan's opinion about some critical moment. Okay, that was a kind of I don't know how to say it in English. Sackgasse.
Dead end.
Dead end. Yeah, dead end. Or at least that was
no way to make progress.
Just repeating the moves and not knowing what to do. We hadn't found any ideas. Yes.
I would suggest actually, Artur, that maybe we can revisit it later after the time control because the games that are still ongoing.
This, yes,
maybe we can ask Bogdan's opinion on the rook ending between Luke McShane and Eljanov.
Okay.
Let's do it. Yeah. That is a position. Recently, we just missed two moves. White took on h5, which we thought about it, and now a3, king f3.
My first idea for black is to play rook b5, just to activate my rook.
Yeah.
Rook a4 and rook b2.
Yes. If takes, we take, yes.
Okay, probably took the pawn on c3. And probably rook c2.
It's basically it should be draw, but still not 100%. Yeah?
Okay, took the pawn.
And we have this type of endings. Yeah? It's
yes.
Little bit original. We already were talking with Fiona that normally F and H pawns and it's a draw, so that's what maybe. It's of course pity for Luke if it ends up like this. Yeah, even two pawns, but it may not be enough. Yeah, for
in the game, they are currently going down this line.
Really? Oh, that's interesting. Yeah, so they are already in this position.
Yes.
That's. So we were anticipating correctly, and I think that I don't know. I don't see anything else how to play otherwise. So maybe it is a reasonable line till the end. Rook a7, rook c3, and king g4. Yeah?
Yes.
So at least we can get this endgame, and we can try to play for win with white. So.
Just try to exchange the h pawn for g pawn.
Yes, and then we get it, although we get this drawing position, but still maybe we
Is it very easy to hold the draw?
Probably not.
If you know how to do it, yes.
Yes.
But of course, Pavel is very...
Bogdan, how much do you work on your endgames?
Okay. I work something on endgames and just try to look at a lot of endgames to see the good plans and what is wrong.
Very nice.
So mostly practical positions, yes?
Yes. Rook g3, probably.
Picking up. Okay. I don't want to exchange anything.
Probably king g8.
We have difficulties even to get there, but maybe I have to play h6.
Yes.
To try.
Here I think about g6.
G6 and king h7.
Yes.
Okay, that's probably solves the problem, yeah, here.
But I think about rook g4 first.
Yeah. I think that should be draw, yeah? It should be draw.
Probably.
Yes, I don't see. Yeah. Sorry. Can I do this?
Take the pawn, king g5, and rook f5.
Just in time, yes?
Yes.
a very nice line, actually.
Yes. So black should be still accurate, and it's actually they're moving in this direction. So we will see. Maybe Luke would be trying to do something here in the endings, and because we have this position, with King G4. So just following our analysis so far. Good, very good.
Maybe we can quickly see, I don't know if the games in the World Masters, if they are finished. Vishy is still playing.
I think Vishy is still trying. So why not to try a little bit? And you also cannot offer a draw. I don't know if you need to look at the moves. Although it's not so long, it doesn't take long. Vishy was regrouping a little bit. Kings are going towards the king side, so nothing happens. Taking would be draw because of mutual Zugzwang, so it just have to wait. Yeah.
And king e6 and king f5.
Yeah, even, yes, so we need to be careful king e6, but okay, basically it should be draw, yeah? If king e5. King e3, and we have a draw here. Yeah. So it didn't happen, of course. White played king e3, and Luke positioned himself like this. So how to break through? Not an easy. I don't have any actual idea how can we win important e5 square. The check happened.
Okay. King e7.
Yes, was played. I would say it will be draw.
Yeah, it looks like the players
are
repeating.
Looks like they are repeating.
And Mr. Filipovic has arrived, and there is the handshake, so the game ends.
Okay, that was understandable, because no way I can break through to e5. That's it. And that's an only idea in the good So
great result for Dmitrij.
Good defending, good solid game. I think he was very solid from the beginning, and the end game was holding. Maybe there was one moment when Vishy could try to push harder.
Yes. Bogdan, what do you think about the no castling chess?
Okay, it's a new style for chess.
Would you be interested to try it someday?
Okay, probably in the future.
Now you have to focus on real chess.
Yes.
Okay, now let us move to Friedman against Adams, because there is some development. We thought it should be a draw, yes, but it doesn't look like that draw to me now. Yeah, maybe.
Probably rook c1 is a worse move, because I took and c4.
Okay, let us put it for our viewers. Yes, c4 is a good idea to fix this two bad pawns, and then black has two weaknesses to attack. That may be very critical for white.
Probably I just come with king on f5 and just try to attack the pawns.
Yes, and how to protect it? Yeah. So let us see some possible line. Yeah? King goes, king e3. Yes.
Yes, and king d5 here. Because at king f5 I play king d4.
Yes. Otherwise that would be good. So king d5, and later we may regroup a little bit. And
my first idea it was to play g6, bishop back, just try to go for a check. And just try to regroup my king.
And then to regroup and win a 4 pawn.
Yes.
Yeah, that could be even just one position, yeah, for black.
Probably.
Yes, very interesting. So this is not a draw, and okay, Friedman played differently. He didn't play rook c1, and he played move rook d5, but now black took on c3. White defense with king e2.
Rook d5 looks more active for white.
Mm-hmm. Maybe just close to holding it, but I'm still not really not 100% sure. How to do it? We may need to play this, but then rook e5.
Yes.
And rook c4 and f5. Yeah? Because I'm afraid of bishop d6 and king e6 is coming.
Okay.
So I thought that maybe f5 and maybe white is holding it.
Probably. A lot of chances for white to hold.
Yeah. But it is still a try. Let us see how it's happened, because the last time we thought it is likely to be draw, but we looked at some lines with computer, and it is of course much easier to see with computer. We thought not king e2, we thought king f1, but probably it's the same position. Check, king f1, rook g3. Our line was very spectacular. Maybe I can show you. We were taking everything. Bishop c5, rook c3. Now checking everything and attacking. Probably better defense, but understandably that Friedman was afraid, and now the perpetual was coming with bishop. It was kind of funny position.
Here I think a bit about rook c1, rook c2 at king g2.
Instead of check, yeah,
rook c2.
Rook c2 check. Okay, and if you go king g1, then probably repetition also. So that's what can have. Let me show for our viewers the line king f3.
I think it's very important to play king h2, because at king g2 I can play bishop e4.
And checkmate.
Yes.
That's a good checkmate. Yes. So that's
king h2. Probably
king g2 would be mistake already. Yes, losing. So king h2 on after rook c1, king h2 on only move. Yeah.
Yes.
So anyway, black should try it and to see what if opponent finds all on all defenses. Yes.
By the way, I'm very curious to go back to McShane against Eljanov, because they are playing a different endgame with more life.
Really?
Yes.
Let's see what happened there. Yeah. Somehow they managed to find some improvement. What happened? Yeah? After king g4, we thought about rook c2, but okay, why not? Yeah, he played b5. Okay, that was maybe our. Yeah, why not to try this defense? Yes, okay.
b5 looks good.
Looks like a better move. Yeah, so they moved because he still keeps the pawn. The worst thing could happen to him is our ending, but he still has a pawn. Yeah? So the game developed like this: rook b7. Sorry about it. Rook b7, rook a3. Rook takes b5, rook takes a2. Yes, so he was doing much more confidently, and looks like a draw to me, yes, the position. But Because the worst case, he will get that ending what we thought. And he still has a pawn. Rook c2 was played by Eljanov. And time, they made 40 moves, so time is not.
So maybe then we go back to Navarro and Svane?
Did he found some way to break through? The last time what we saw, he played Rook d2, but White still plays King g1, so not a big deal. It was repeated once, and c5 was tried, and Navarro is trying to attack with knight b7. So we thought about this plan just to push all pawns. Maybe we can try to see what happens, and then Rook c3 and g5. But White would have knight e4, what I'm not happy about. Knight e4, king f5, yes?
Yes.
And we want to play simply g4, check and checkmate.
I have a question. What if I go knight e4 and f3? Can I do
f3.
Ah, but you will just take.
We can take and take on e4, and we have here winning situation with these pawns. That is a try, so that's how he may try. No, he played different move, I'm sorry. We thought about this possibility, but he played different move. It's actually not so much time, so maybe we stick to this game for a while, because
they are very close. It's move 38, so they need to make 2 moves each.
So obviously his idea, if king g3, then g5,
What is happened at knight c5? Rook f1, knight c5.
So if take, then
king g3.
King g3. I have rook c2, yes.
Probably. Because I can't play knight d7 check, because I play king g5.
King g5, yes.
And it's over.
Yes. Still checkmate constructions on the way. Yes, so rook f2, could be. David is thinking now.
Rook e2.
Rook e2. Okay.
He has taken the pawn, actually.
He took the pawn. That is interesting. So, let us recheck everything. I thought it may be dangerous.
Knight e4.
Oh, but I can take still.
Yes.
I take, and king f5, yes.
Yes. King g3.
King g3. Can you hold this position? Okay.
Rook b2, rook c3, and king e5. Looks good for black.
So what are we missing? He took, because David is good, and all these calculations, we may miss something. But what?
Rasmus, if we look at the cameras, so Bogdan, we didn't tell you, but we can see the player cameras there in front of us. Rasmus was looking a little bit nervous, like he missed something, so I don't know, maybe there is something in this line that he's missing. He has now 1 minute for the last 2 moves.
Yes, we tried to find it out, trying to find it out, what can be an idea. maybe rook c3.
Probably.
Yes.
That's it, yeah?
But I think he will not take on f2. He was hovering.
That's what could be missing, okay?
It looked like he was hovering over the king or the pawn. Like, to me, it looked like he will not take.
Yes, but okay, now it's time already to make a move, probably, yeah? So, sorry, knight c5 first.
Yeah, 20 seconds for Rasmus, and he played, I think, f4.
That's more or less coming or trying to come back to our previous variations.
Probably rook e2 looks the best move. And just try to push the pawns, g5.
And now I think there is some difference comparing to our line, because rook f1 was played, yes? So
yes.
We were pushing pawns more freely. Now g5, okay, white gives a check. Maybe.
King f5.
King f5. Can I repeat the position, or you go to g6?
King g6.
I have one question. What will you do if I just push the b pawn? I will get in some mating net, or?
Fiona, 1 second. At what moment?
Just here.
G5?
Let's say
No.
If I push, yeah. What will happen?
The plan was actually the similar, yeah, just to play h5, g4, and knight f3. Yes. But maybe there is some really interesting differences in all this stuff.
And if we give a check on d7, yeah.
King f5.
And if I give a check on e5, and I don't know, maybe I didn't achieve anything. Okay, if I give a check on f8.
You probably can't escape here, yeah?
I would love to take all the pawns.
I don't believe that you can make a draw.
I cannot take all the pawns. What if I take on g5 and you take my knight? I take on h5 and you go to g6? Or?
Yes, I can play to g6. Somehow I don't believe it. I don't believe it. So
and if I go back with the knight, simply, if I go back to d7?
G7, G4. I think I'm almost successful with my plan.
Knight
yes. F3 and rook G1. Yeah?
Okay.
No, that's an idea. It was also earlier possible, but we have some development actually. Something happened.
I think nothing happened.
No. It was immediately something. So not rook E2, but knight D7. So some concrete stuff happened, and now
they made
G5.
the time control after king g5.
Okay, but at least he prevented this g5, h5, g4 business. So he may now play rook e2.
Or rook e5 first. And
now rook
then back.
Then back. Also king h6 stays on the way. Yeah. Well, that's funny.
What do you think, Bogdan, will be the result of this game?
Probably draw.
but still difficult to. Can I play knight f5? My idea was slightly different. Now king g2.
Yes.
And I wanted to play rook b1.
Knight c5.
Knight c5, yes. Okay. It was just a trap. I just thought about this thing.
Looks nice.
But knight c5 is good. Yeah? Ready for knight e6. Check. Yeah? Or okay. Let me take. Doesn't look clear, knight e4 and then king f3 maybe. Have to take it. Still we keep fighting here.
Yes. Okay, king f3 looks normal.
That's a better move, yeah. But, okay, I still can. If this, then knight d7, yeah. Then.
Probably king h4.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, I think that we just had a draw in the game between Daniel Friedman and Mickey Adams. They went down to a pure rook ending.
Oh, we can maybe look at this, yes, how this happened. We left the position at this moment, and we thought maybe, okay, how to defend all these pawns, and it was also not really very clear. And what happened? C4 happened, and white played rook d4, and one pawn back. Basically, now just psychological advantage. White played bishop d4, king f5, accurately taken. Everything was eliminated. Okay, just draw.
I looked at the beginning of the game. Not bishop e7. I just looked at h4.
Instead, okay.
Yes, instead of bishop e7.
To sacrifice exchange?
Yes.
Take?
Yes.
Taken? In this position.
Looks promising for black.
Just tell me how would you, because I was not sure I was.
I can consider here knight f6.
Knight f6, okay. I was scared to sacrifice exchange. I thought
and knight c3. d4.
Back here.
Knight g4. Took the pawn.
Okay, that I must admit I totally missed this idea. So you're winning a pawn here, okay. Yes, that's a good line for a black. Sorry, but what should I do better? looked very natural to me, but obviously not so good. Maybe I try to reverse the moves with Queen E1.
Okay. Queen H5.
Queen H5, and let me try now what I did before.
Here it's something different. I can try Knight D4 right now.
Yes, it's very annoying what these pieces are coming.
It's funny because now that Bogdan mentioned this line, I remember that in the beginning of our show I wanted to ask you about this exchange sacrifice and I forgot. But I'm surprised that Mickey did not think about it more because...
No, he maybe thought about it, but okay, this is an interesting positional sacrifice. Again, maybe I was more confident about Queen E1, but maybe next move is, but maybe I should try to play C3.
Probably, if I can castle with black, looks very promising. But without castle, it's another story.
B6?
B6? Looks good.
It's a very interesting story, huh? Okay. Yeah, that was an interesting possibility, true. Yeah?
Yes. So, but here I can play Queen E2 with white.
But I don't think it is a matter of calculation. What do you think? Or is it possible to calculate this position? Or you just have to just go for this and believe yourself?
Okay, for me in this position it's very tempting to play with black.
So you would prefer to play with black and just to go for this?
Just go to see what is happening in the game.
What's happening, yes.
How would you determine your style of chess? How would you describe yourself as a chess player?
Okay, I need to think a bit. Okay, don't describe me as a tactical or strategical player. I can play all the styles.
That's how it should
modern,
be.
That's modern approach, probably. Just you need to play all type of positions. So I also don't know how to answer this question because you don't want to be put in one direction. And basically, you need to do different things. Maybe we recheck Pavel Eljanov, because there is a little bit of development after Rook C2. McShane decided to play H6, and then King F5, which is not the most simple. And now C3, and white played H5. That's how it happened.
My first idea is to play King G6 first, but doesn't work.
Before, yeah?
Before, yes. Doesn't work because of Rook G2 check, take the pawn, and C2.
That's normally it should be a kind of easy draw, because because it, okay, without pawn, of course, white wins with Rook G5,
but here my king goes in the wrong way.
Yes, but okay, that looks like an easy hold for black.
Yes.
Just stay there, and I don't see any big idea for white. So that's why he played H5. He doesn't want to commit himself maybe too early.
Looks more promising. H5.
Do you think white still has some chances?
Probably small chances.
Okay, there could be some problem if we lose both pawns and white would cut our king on the 8th rank. Then we're basically lost. Yeah?
But what is the best way to defend for black? Do you want to give up one of the pawns, or do you want to try and keep? What is the best way to defend?
Probably to give up the h6 pawn.
So do we play rook c1 for this, then king g6? Yeah?
Yes.
In a better version, because we cannot do, or maybe we can. I'm afraid of to play c2, but
probably rook g1 check, king f6.
Did you say f6 or?
f6.
f6.
At king h6, probably I can play rook g3. At king h6.
I want to see both, if possible. Yeah? Then
yes.
Here rook g3. Okay. Rook c7 yet, or whatever. But I don't know, do we have a winning plan?
But
here?
probably my king looks trapped.
Just king f8, yeah?
Probably just to stay with black.
And stay like this. Can't we do we enter Zugzwang maybe?
And king g8, 6, king f8, king h7.
7.
King e8.
Is white ever in time to play some rook g7 or?
We can do it, but do we have even better? Yeah? Okay, that's more simple.
There is
of course.
nothing there.
Basically, it looks like it should be draw, yeah, from conventional understanding. So king f6, yes, we need to check as another option. King f6. What is the plan now? If you protect, yeah? Just push f pawn.
Yes. King h7. King h8. This is not a fully draw for black here.
It is not
fully draw.
Not 100% for
yes.
sure. Yeah. So that's maybe he will be trying in this direction. Do we have a move? We have a move. After h5, Eljanov played rook c1. So okay, still. This is our analysis, or it was played. Yes, it was played. Rook c1, and he played king f6. That's how it happened.
I just try to calculate here with black. If I play c2, rook c8 check.
Actually, Pavel just played c2.
King h7, f5, rook a1, rook c2, and just go for checks.
For checks, yes. That seems to be good enough. Huh?
Okay.
I think that's what Pavel is going for. Even if we look at the camera, he looks quite confident now.
This rook on c line is not
King e7.
So helpful. Check. Huh?
King d6 and king g7.
Keep checking.
Rook c6 here.
Rook c6. Did I miss something? I just want to be sure. It is, and
King
here
d5.
back, and it is winning, because pawn on h6, the famous triangle position rises.
But probably it's a very important endgame here after king d5.
Sorry?
Here, king f6, king e4, king f7, king e5,
Yes, and
king
now it's
e7,
winning.
check, king f8, and just to know this endgame.
Yes, yes. Rating books. Yes.
But it's good to show
Farni Alapin, yes. But the problem here that white can wait, making this triangle, and now black is doesn't have a waiting move anymore. Yeah, that's a beautiful position.
very nice.
Two critical squares. Yeah. So you can see it, of course, in some books in game manual of Mark Dvoretsky, for example. And white is winning. This triangle maneuver is very useful. But you were right, of course, yeah, that maybe black can defend differently.
King g7.
King g7 here, yes. Now everything is okay. So just not to blunder into this, and black king g7 just in time to make a draw. So Pavel would defend in a good way, I think.
I think maybe we will take one last look at David against Rasmus, and then we will take a break and also let Bogdan go. But it's been very nice to hear your thoughts on the game.
Yes, and we have some complications. Yeah? So what happened here? Rook d1, knight c5, or that's the same. Yeah, we thought about rook b1, knight c5. Okay, that was our attempt. And rook d1 attacking the knight c5, king f6, rook e6 check. So what is going on here?
Okay, if I want here to play with black, I need to play king f7.
Yeah, Rasmus just played king f7, yes.
So we still can't go back, maybe because of
rook
f3? Or?
Yes.
And he played already, Navarre played already rook b6.
I just try to calculate rook e4. G5, knight e6. King f6. But probably it's not draw if I take the f4 pawn. Probably not.
Not yet. It should be difficult still. Yeah? So rook b6. He has some different idea. Rasmus, they started to play quickly. Yeah? For some reason. So maybe they had some particular line in the head. King h2 should actually, I'm don't surprise.
David
don't see the move.
David is away from the board.
David is away, okay. Because you don't have other move, you have to play king h2. So our plan was h5, g5, yes, to push. But how to do it in practice? So what is defense after g5 knight?
Knight e4.
Knight e4. Okay, true. What to do now, I don't see. Okay, so then, okay, knight h4, king h2, yeah? That's
Probably rook f1.
Again, yeah, so, okay. Still knight e4, yeah? So, although knight d3 is also technically probably possible, but I'm not defending against this. Not yet. Okay, knight e4. Let me try first knight e4.
I just prepare rook f6 here with white.
Mm-hmm.
Looks drawish, probably.
So far, we still even have the pawns here. Yes. So at least this is very, very difficult. Difficult to see how to
improve.
How to improve it really. And of course, that black can always just repeat the moves and make a draw if he wants. So now it's decision of Rasmus if he sees any chance.
Do you think both games will end in a draw?
Probably, yes.
We have the move here. Maybe we switch it quickly and to see what was going on. Rook a1, he made the intermediate check. Okay, now it is finishing already. Yeah? Rook a1, rook c7, king g8, what we played. They made the moves, rook c2, rook a6. And only thing what we should remember is not to exchange on c6, yes, so just to bring the king in the right time.
Okay.
It looks like this variation, which seems to be a draw. No, I'm sorry. How? The king is on h7. He gave another check. Okay, after king g8, he gave another check, and only then take. Okay, just repeating the move. But it's also in our analysis. Yes, we were giving checks, and after king d6, we were playing king g7, holding the draw.
Yes.
Well, I think, Bogdan, we're going to let you go now, but thank you so much for joining us here. Who are you playing against tomorrow?
McShane.
McShane.
With white.
With white. Have you played against him before?
No, it's my first time.
First time, okay. Well, best of luck with that and with the last two rounds. You will also play in the Olympiad?
Yes, I play.
Are you looking forward to the Olympiad in India?
It's my second time in India. I play the first time in India 8 years ago.
Okay, long time. In some youth tournament? Junior?
Under 20,
Under
junior.
20. Okay, well, best of luck for your last two games and also for the Olympiad.
Good luck in the tournament.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I think we're going to go on a break now, and we'll be back with the remaining action in just a few minutes, so stay tuned. and welcome back to the final stages of this fifth round in the German Grand Prix. And Arthur, only 2 games remain, one of them McShane against Eljanov.
Yes, we need now to work alone. Yeah, we had very powerful help from Bogdan. Yeah, that was very nice. But of course he need to play tomorrow, and he still
in a big game against McShane.
True, and a very important game, and he still has good chances if he would have a nice games in the finish. Yes, that position should be draw, but of course, Luke would love to try to see the chance. Yeah, let us see if we can find it.
So rook c6. Let's just catch up, maybe just the last couple of moves.
Yes, the only problem, I think they started like here. King h7, rook takes c2, and now we got descending, which is draw, but we should be careful. We should be careful. King e5, rook a5, king e4. Yes, both players, of course, they realized that it is not necessary now to give check, or it is even bad thing to give check, because white can play rook c5. That's what we were talking about with Bogdan. The sending is pawn endgame is lost for black. Just to remember that in such a position, if black moved his h pawn, the position is pawn ending position is lost. It's only draw, could be draw if pawn is still on h7. But it is not necessary to play check. It is mistake to play check.
Oh, and actually the players agreed to a draw.
They agreed to a draw. Let us see what happened. King g7, rook c6 was played, and there were no other moves played. But okay, this is also understandable, because actually there is no threat available. Let's see, we even wait, and white gives check first and take a pawn. Then black has give a check, or actually start checking from this direction. It's theoretical draw. Checking from this direction looks even better to me. Just many checks, and we have a good situation. And then back. Something like this would be very simple. So very nice of Luke that he probably suggested draw in this moment, not to. They did enough job. So the position is clearly draw. He checked it and makes a draw offer.
So that leaves us with only one game, David Navarra against Rasmus Vanna.
Yes, let us see what happened here. Again, we checked this position with Bogdan a little bit, and what we saw goes into the direction of the draw. If g5, then knight e4. And if the rook e1, then also knight e4, threatening rook f6. And it looks like we did the correct assessment, because now I'm improving our lines with engine, and they're working.
So in the game.
So you were, unfortunately, you were right. I hope that I am right too.
Also right, that it was the last time.
Saying it was the last time. But I must say that the games were very interesting. And it was some possibilities in different games, also in the game possibility for Rasmus. I'm sure he was actually maybe even close to winning after this beautiful move f5.
He is not giving the perpetual yet, because I think he is disappointed.
He's upset. Yes, we might try to check the moment now, because now I'm running engine, I can maybe say the moment where engine gives a better suggestion. We saw the move bishop b3. That's actually maybe already not that was a position. Not easy. Yeah?
It's not so easy. I think it's one of those cases where you feel that it's more during the game. Probably.
Yes, no, it is advantage, but it's probably not a winning advantage. That's the problem. Yeah, Black.
We can also show this moment where he found this
beautiful
F5.
move F5. Let's see what happened after 21st move, Queen G4. It looks a reasonable position with small initiative for Black. David played Queen G4 here, and that was a little bit careless move, because F5, very strong answer. The point of this move, if Queen takes F5, then Black can take on G2, and White can't take back because of Knight H4 wins the Queen, and otherwise it's just a winning attack for Black, and King side ruined. That means that White should try to liquidate to the ending, which he did, yes, taken. Knight F4 and Knight D6. And fortunately for David, it was difficult to find.
But he also played well, I think. He defended very resourcefully.
Yes, at this moment, when he realized that he made mistake, he started to be very, very cautious. But I don't like the move Rook A7, honestly, because this move was not contributing anything to Black's position. The pin, that was just illusion. In fact, White can always give check and unpin himself. And what then? Why this is a move? Yeah, and we had. This is probably the moment where he had winning chance. If you could sidestep with knight, and we thought knight F4 attacking pawn, and if king H2, then knight E6. And that's probably the biggest advantage what he had. If it is draw, then okay, then bad luck.
Yes.
Yeah? Bad luck. That really he deserved. Actually, Rasmus deserved more points in this tournament, I have a feeling.
Yes.
He was winning against McShane, or very close to winning. But at one moment he was definitely winning. But still, today he was like pushing.
He had this chance against Pavel to take the pawn and save the draw.
True. Yeah, that was actually draw. Almost a clear draw. Almost a clear draw. Yes, that was some missing points for Rasmus.
Tomorrow we will have the opportunity to ask him about it, of course, because Rasmus will be here in the studio with us.
We ask him about all his mistakes. Yes, he need to give us full report tomorrow.
Yes, maybe tonight we tell him to prepare the report.
Everybody knows how hard we can be to our guests. Yes.
They're all shaking when they come into
coming to us. Yeah, they need to be ready to give answers. Yes. No, but
and Rasmus made a move. I think.
He made the move. Let us see what happened.
I think it's knight F.
Let me put the position. He played G5 or no? I think he's still thinking. He's still thinking.
He's still thinking.
Yes,
but for some reason I think he made a move and David made a move also. I think
was it
knight is on F3. I think
knight F3 check.
I think so.
But this is a repetition,
yeah? Yeah, but there is no knight on H4 we would see it. I think tonight is because also David was then looking at his score sheet and counting. So
I have something to help me to put my glasses.
I haven't seen you wear them all
No, but
week.
they are not helpful on a big distance, unfortunately. Sorry about this.
No, but I'm sure that actually there is the more I look at this, I'm sure there is a.
There's knight on F3. I think
Yes.
2, but
I'm
then
100%
then it is king on G2. Yeah.
And then king G2, because then David also started looking at the score sheet and started counting.
Start checking the 3 times repetition just in case. Now, of course, David is happy with a draw in this game. Clearly, he was under the pressure after this excellent trick F5.
Yes.
It was after even little bit earlier. Rasmus already overtook initiative by putting the pieces on very nice positions.
Yeah, for Rasmus, I mean, it's very disappointing. It's clear, I think. And there we see the zoom in with the knight on F3. Thank you to our fantastic production team.
I think he will come and repeat it. Yeah.
Because also now it's Stein, if he doesn't repeat, he has very little time left. So
I don't want him to overdo it. Just take a draw and he's finishing the tournament then. Yeah.
Well, he has one more game on
One more game
on Sunday.
On Sunday.
Yes.
One more game on Sunday.
And then a lot more games in Chennai.
Yes. So then he still has a chance to score the full point in the next game. And if he plays like this, it's actually
he's been playing well.
He's been playing well, and I think it's just a very, very small thing which is missing, and maybe a little bit of luck. That's it. And then.
And we have to remember he's still very young. I mean.
Of course. But he shows a lot of potential by playing on this level.
Yeah.
And we see, yes, it could be better. It could be even better. That's what maybe he is upset now, but we see that he has a lot of potential, and it will be better. And just
absolutely.
I would take a draw here. I wouldn't risk.
Okay, if we put so if he plays on, what could he even try?
That's a very good question, but honestly, I think it's the best position of the knight. You can go knight E1 theoretically, yes, but why it is so good after king H2, you probably will come back. I don't, and you don't go to running to 3 seconds and then do something stupid that wouldn't be.
Yeah, in fact, I think. The clock times, I'm not sure, I see on my computer 2 minutes, but on the video it seems to me it's more like 5 or 6 I would say. Let's see. Okay, I have still good.
Totally different time what we have, yes?
Yeah.
But of course he played knight H4.
And I think we can zoom out now in preparation for the handshake, which will be imminent.
Now, only question: did we really got 3 times repetition? Maybe
and
not.
You can see we can zoom out and see the players because David is claiming.
David is claiming 3 times repetition, but I think that's no need to check it. Yes, Rasmus also is aware of it. Yes, very good defense of David, because actually I was impressed with his composure. Yes. After missing F5. There are many players would maybe collapse. Yeah.
Yes, no, but very impressive.
Just hold the ground and just look as if nothing happened. That was great.
Absolutely.
Yes.
So, well, 2 games remain. Tomorrow is the weekend, so I'm sure you'll all be joining us. As always, same place, same time, 3 p.m. Central European Summertime. Today, all the games ended in draws, which means that in terms of the standings, nothing changed. And tomorrow we'll be joined by Rasmus Vane in the studio, so that is something to look forward to. For now, that's it from us. It's been another fun day here.
Yes, so we hope to see or to hear everybody tomorrow. Please write us in the chat. And,
we're also broadcasting to Twitch now. In case you're watching us on YouTube, you can follow our channel on Twitch at Dortmund Chess Channel, all in one word. And yeah, we will be seeing you there tomorrow. Thank you so much for watching today. Have a good evening. Take care.
Have a
Bye-bye.
nice time.